Part 5 of Chapter 4 of A Student's History of American Literature by William Simons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Perard. Chapter 4, Part 5. Edgar Allan Poe, 1809 to 1849. 4½ years after the date of Hawthorne's birth, there was born in Boston another child of eccentric genius, like the lonely orphan boy in Salem, destined to literary fame as a dreamer of romance, and alas, destined also to a career unique in the history of American letters for its brevity, its pathos, and its tragedy. Edgar Allan Poe was born January 19th, 1809. That his birth occurred in Boston was due to the fact that his parents, members of a theatrical company, were filling an engagement in that city when the event occurred. David Poe, the father of the child, was a Southerner, a native of Baltimore, where the Poes were people of character and standing. Connection with the parental home had ceased, however, when the young man had recklessly pushed his law books aside for an uncertain career upon the stage. He was never a brilliant actor. The lady whom he married was by far his superior in the profession, and possessed the more vigorous personality of the two. It was from his mother that Edgar inherited his artistic temperament, while the prevailing weaknesses of the boy's later life, it is safe to assert, were a natural inheritance from his father. Within a year of Edgar's birth, his father died, and a year or two later Mrs. Poe also died, at Richmond, Virginia, in poverty, leaving 3 young children to the charity of friends. A Mrs. Allen, wife of a tobacco merchant of Richmond, had become interested in the suffering family, and took Edgar into her home. The black-eyed, curly-haired boy, handsome and precocious, soon won his way into the affections of Mr. and Mrs. Allen. He was given the name of his foster parents, was made the pet of the household, and treated with a degree of indulgence far from wise. One of his accomplishments was the ability to declaim childish speeches before the dinner guests when the table was cleared for dessert, and to pledge the health of the company in wine with roguish grace. In 1815 Mr. Allen went to England, taking his family with him. Edgar, then 6 years old, was placed in the Manor House School, in a suburb of London, and there he remained 5 years. The associations of this period left a strong and not unpleasant impression on the boy's memory. They are recalled with some detail in the story William Wilson. At this old and typical English school, the youth was brought in contact with much that was ancient, with many reminders of great historic characters and events. He studied Latin and French, participated in all outdoor sports, and before the close of his residence had begun to write occasional verse. The principal of the school had remarked nothing in Edgar Allan, as he was called, except that he was clever, but spoilt by an extravagant amount of pocket money. Upon the return of the family to America in 1820, the boy continued his studies at a private school in Richmond, where he appeared to be a quick and brilliant pupil, although not always steady or accurate in scholarship. He excelled in athletics, was a skillful boxer, and a daring swimmer, having, it is said, one hot June day, swum 6 miles in the James River against a strong tide. Like Byron, he was very proud of this accomplishment. The University of Virginia had been opened under the patronage of Thomas Jefferson in 1825. At the beginning of 1826, Poe, then 17, placed his name upon the register of students. In the convivial atmosphere of undergraduate fellowship, habits of irresponsibility and reckless indulgence were easily acquired. To such habits this proud, impulsive, and highly strung youth was especially susceptible. At the same time there was a reserve and a self-absorption that checked intimacy. His classmates hardly knew him except as a person of high spirit. His favorite diversion was to wander off for a long, solitary ramble among the outlying hills of the ragged mountains, giving rein to his fancy and returning to his associates with some wild romance, story or poem, which he would recite for their pleasure. He was fairly regular in attendance on the exercises, and at the end of the year secured honors in French and Latin. He had also, unfortunately, accumulated gambling debts to a large amount, and when the year closed Mr. Allan withdrew Poe from the university, refused to pay the debts thus incurred, and set the young man at work in his counting room. Smarting under a sense of injustice in the severity of his foster father's treatment, Poe ran away to Boston and enlisted in the army under the name of E. A. Perry. But he first secured the publication of his earliest volume, Tamerlane and Other Poems, which appeared in the spring of 1827. Poe's record in the service was an honorable one. In 2 years' time he had been promoted to the rank of sergeant major for merit. Then occurred the death of Mrs. Allan, and this brought a reconciliation. Mr. Allan secured Edgar's release from the service in January 1829, and not long thereafter obtained his appointment as a cadet in the military academy at West Point. Poe entered the academy in July, and for a time performed his duties with credit. Then he became discontented and despondent, neglected all obligations, was court-martialed, and dismissed in January 1831. This made the breach with Mr. Allan complete and final. A second edition of his poems had been published by Poe at Richmond while waiting for his appointment to the Academy in 1829. There had been additions to the volume issued at Boston 2 years before. Al Aaraf, a vague and mystical poem, the longest of Poe's compositions, was added to the first collection. It reflects the influence of Shelley, as the earlier poem Tamerlane suggests the influence of Byron. After the dismissal from West Point, a third edition, entitled simply Poems (1831), was brought out by Poe in New York. Here were included some of his finest compositions: To Helen, Israfel, The City in the Sea, Lenore, and The Valley of Unrest. Already his verse had acquired its haunting music, already found its note of melancholy. Now began Poe's struggle with fate. The panorama of his most stormy life is a lurid one. A hurried glimpse will be sufficient. For 2 or 3 years he made his home in Baltimore with his father's sister, Mrs. Clem. He wrote for magazines and did all kinds of literary hack work. The romantic tales were now begun, and one of these, manuscript found in a bottle, secured, in 1833, a prize of $100 offered by a weekly literary paper in Baltimore. This success brought Poe some timely friends, who helped him to an editorial position on the Southern Literary Messenger at a salary of $500. This magazine was published at Richmond, whither Poe now returned. To the Messenger Poe contributed a few tales and poems, none of which is now recognized as of more than minor importance. But it was as a critic that Poe now startled the readers, and the writers, of that day. There had been some attempts at literary criticism by American writers before this. An article by Bryant in the North American Review in 1818 has already been mentioned, and there were some literary studies written about the same time by Richard Henry Dana, which are properly termed critical. But there had been no such outspoken and vigorous reviews as were now produced by Poe. The noteworthy fact concerning them is not that they were trenchant, but that they were based upon certain definite principles of criticism formulated by Poe and consistently followed by him in his own literary work. It is an evidence of the intellectual versatility of the poet that he appears conspicuously in this field also, and as a pioneer. The Literary Messenger now came to be recognized as one of the leading magazines of the country, if not the foremost, and Poe's prospects appeared very bright. In 1836 he married his cousin, Virginia Clem, the beautiful and talented child wife. then not quite 14 years of age, whom with passionate devotion the poet loved and cherished until her pathetic and miserable death in 1847. But the journalistic career, which had begun so promisingly, was interrupted by the habits of indulgence which were to prove the ruin of Poe. In January 1837 he lost his position on the Messenger and removed to New York. In 1838 he published his longest story, the narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym. Philadelphia now seemed to offer Poe a better opportunity for success, and in the summer of 1838 he proceeded thither. Here the poet seems to have made a successful effort to recover his self control. For a long period he appears to have refrained altogether from the use of wine. This is the period of Poe's strongest work. The tales of the grotesque and the arabesque were published in 2 volumes at the end of 1839, 2 years after the appearance of Hawthorne's Twice Told Tales. In his critical reviews of this period, Poe is even more independent and emphatic than in the Messenger articles. He made a notorious attack upon Longfellow, repeated at various times, charging the New England poet with gross plagiarism. While Longfellow bore Poe's attacks with unfailing equanimity, this was not the case with all who suffered. Not a few of his victims became bitter personal enemies of the imperious reviewer. Poe now enters a new field of fiction, of which he may be regarded as the discoverer. This is the story in which a mystery is apparently solved by analysis and reason. The modern detective story is our present popular example of the type. Poe's analytical powers were remarkable. When the opening chapters of Dickens' novel Barnaby Rudge appeared, Poe forecast from them the entire plot of the novel. The solution of papers written in cipher, cryptographs, was a favorite pastime with him. He declared that no one could invent a cipher that he could not solve, and at one period he was kept busy deciphering specimens of enigmatic productions of this sort. It was in 1841 that Poe's masterpiece in this kind of fiction, The Murders in the Rue Morgue, appeared. This was followed by another narrative, The Mystery of Marie Roget, in which the author applied his method in the study of an actual murder mystery which occurred in New York. In 1843 was published The Gold Bug, the third in this group of realistic narratives, the most popular of all his tales. This, also, was a competitive story, and brought its writer a second $100 prize. Again Poe enjoyed unusual advantages. In 1839 he became associate editor of Burton's Magazine, one of the most successful periodicals of the time. But he quarreled with his principal and lost his position before the close of 1840. Within a month or two, however, he had been made the editor of Graham's Magazine, as important a publication as Burton's, and then, for some irregularity, the nature of which is unknown, again he was discharged. Although all evidence indicates that Poe had fairly conquered his old vice of intemperance during these years, there is unhappily other evidence that he was using opium. The main cause of his journalistic failures, however, probably lay in the temperament of the man himself. Eccentric, irritable, self-willed, as audacious in his treatment of others as he was sensitive to their treatment of him, it is not strange that this singular man, who did not lack admirers or friends, was unable to retain business associations with them. In society, when he chose to enter it, both in Philadelphia and later in New York, he was a marked figure. He was often serious and silent, but his broad and pallid brow, his large piercing eyes, his gracious manner when he did converse, and his remarkably melodious voice, gave a peculiar charm to his presence. In his home, to both wife and mother, he was the embodiment of kindness and tenderness. From Philadelphia the Poes removed to New York in 1844, and the struggle for existence became acute. In the course of the first year of residence in New York, Poe made the acquaintance of Willis, the most popular and most influential member of the Knickerbocker group. Willis at once made a place for Poe on his paper, the Evening Mirror. Thus it was that in this paper, in January 1845, Poe published The Raven. The appearance of this poem, perhaps the most widely known of all American poems, gave Poe a national reputation. It was copied in well nigh every newspaper in the land. Again the future looked bright for one whom people now hailed as the foremost among American poets. The Tales were republished. All of his poetical compositions that he wished to preserve were collected and published under the title of The Raven and Other Poems. Moreover, he had become in this year, 1845, editor and proprietor of the Broadway Journal. But with the close of the year the journal was abandoned, and Poe was left with a substantial debt. In 1846 the family was established in a little cottage of the humblest description at Fordham, now in the borough of the Bronx, then not within the limits of the city. Mrs. Clem had become, and not for the first time, the mainstay of the household. Virginia was dying with consumption. Poe himself was broken in health. Half insane with anxiety and grief, he had lapsed into the old excesses. Before the year closed they were in absolute destitution. The death of Virginia occurred in January 1847, under conditions too painful to be described. The 2 years which followed were pitiable enough. After the poet had, in a measure, recovered his shattered health, he employed himself in various efforts without much success. He wrote a long and elaborate essay, which he called Eureka. It was an attempt to explain the existence of the universe. He thought that he had solved the mystery of creation. But these conceptions of his erratic imagination have no scientific value. Of more worth are the poems written during this period: Ulalume, The Bells, For Annie and Annabel Lee, this last named ballad a poignant memory of the child wife Virginia. In 1849 Poe was again in Richmond, hoping to get aid to establish a new magazine. On the last day of September he departed on his return to New York, and stopped over in Baltimore to see some friends. He was drinking heavily. On the 3rd of October, it being an election day, Poe was found, unconscious and in wretched plight, in a rear room of a rum shop, used as a polling place. Friends were summoned, and the unfortunate man was conveyed to a hospital. On the 7th of October, without regaining his senses, he died, dismally. His last words were, "Lord, help my poor soul." The next morning 5 friends of the poet followed his body to its cheerless burial in the old cemetery of Westminster Church. Such in outline is the tragic story of Edgar Allan Poe. To add to these details would be to emphasize its sordid aspects rather than to brighten it. The blighted career, the disastrous climax of his misfortune, can excite but one feeling, a profound pity for this unhappy soul, whom unmerciful disaster followed fast and followed faster, till his songs one burden bore. Yet over this strange personality critics have contended more fiercely than over any other in our literary annals. At the same time we may say that no American poet lives more vividly in the memory of his countrymen than Edgar Allan Poe, nor is there any other that, in the eye of Europe, ranks as high as he. Already before his death, French writers had detected in Poe's works a quality that appealed strongly to their artistic sense. His poems and tales were translated into their language, later into Spanish and German also. To the present time, Germany, Spain, and France regard the author of The Raven as the supreme representative of the West in literary art. Let us look briefly at Poe's actual achievement, remembering, if in volume his imaginative work appears disappointing, that he died at 40, and that during the 2 brief years of his working life he was beset with weaknesses and embarrassed by failures such as occurred in the experience of no other American writer of first rank. His productions fall into three groups: the critical articles, the tales, and the poems. Poe was, as has been said, a pioneer in this country in the field of serious criticism. As matter of fact, nearly half of his literary work is of this nature. Besides the pungent reviews of contemporary writers, the critical essays on The Rationale of English Verse and The Poetic Principle must not be forgotten. He was not always a sound critic. He was not infallible in his judgments, and in some of his attacks he was inspired by jealousy or prejudice. But it is remembered that he was one of the earliest to recognize the genius of Mrs. Browning and of Tennyson, that he applauded Dickens from the start, that he was one of the first to discover Hawthorne and wrote warmly of his work, although he later denied his originality and characteristically declared that Hawthorne had stolen some material from his own tale of William Wilson. For Lowell's verse Poe had nothing but praise, and Longfellow, in spite of his own ill-tempered attack, he placed at the head of American poets. He also noted the limitations of Irving, Cooper, and Bryant, and in much of his criticism he has been justified by time. The general effect of his critical work was apparently helpful in the development of American literature. Poe wrote some 70 tales of greatly varying merit. These can be considered but briefly and in groups. We find, first, narratives of romantic adventure, typified by a manuscript found in a bottle, intense in its suggestions of the mysterious and unearthly. His longest piece of fiction, the narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym, inspired perhaps by the popular success of Cooper's romances of the sea, is as realistic in its employment of commonplace and minute details as any of the narratives of Defoe, the first great master of realism in fiction. Poe's imaginative power is exhibited in vivid pictures of murder, mutiny, shipwreck, and starvation, which are gruesome enough, and sometimes become so morbid as to be offensive to sound taste. But in the conclusion of the tale his poetic imagination asserts itself in wonderful descriptions of an unknown land and of the mysterious white sea of the Antarctic. In A Descent into the Maelstrom we have the finest example of this group, realistic, poetical, and thoroughly impressive. The adventures of one Hans Pfaall, like the subsequent story, The Balloon Hoax, is based upon the possibilities, real and romantic, of aerial navigation, and is a prototype of such pseudo-scientific fiction as the romances of Jules Verne. Poe makes a brave display of scientific knowledge in all these tales, a knowledge which is superficial in fact, although effective in the machinery of his realism. Another group contains the analytical tales, which Poe himself called tales of ratiocination, because their appeal is to the reasoning faculty rather than to the emotions. The presentation of a mystery the solution of which is to follow is always fascinating, and Poe's dominion over his reader is nowhere more complete than in these tales. That the romancer, having first built up his mystery, is obviously only retracing his own steps in the working out of its solution, does not at all affect the interest of his story, for here his art is strong enough to produce the illusion that the reader is watching the first unravelling of the plot. The Gold Bug, the murders in the Rue Morgue, the mystery of Marie Roget, and the Purloined Letter still remain our best examples, at least in the short story form, of this class of fiction. Working more closely in the field cultivated by Hawthorne, Poe produced also a group of romantic tales in which conscience is the theme. William Wilson, the narrative of a man with a double, is the best. It might have been the suggestion of Stevenson's Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Here are to be included also the horrible story of The Black Cat, The Tell-tale Heart, and Thou Art the Man. But Poe's most effective tales are those which are carefully, elaborately designed to produce a vivid effect on the reader's mind. Foremost among them is the remarkable fantasy, The Fall of the House of Usher, a masterpiece of literary art, wherein every sentence is significant and almost every word a contribution to the dismal effect. Here belongs also The Masque of the Red Death, with its weird use of colors, its atmosphere of revelry invaded by the horror of the plague; Ligeia, a fantasy of transmigration; The Cask of Amontillado, a study in revenge; and Hop Frog, in which the same theme again appears, grotesquely treated, fall in the same group. The morbid element is conspicuous in all. Death, horrible and ghastly; pestilence, dissolution, the awakening of the dead, the awakening of those prematurely buried, these are the instruments of horrible suggestiveness which are here employed. It is no wonder that one's flesh creeps as he reads. That was in the design. Poe had little of the sense of humor. He wrote, however, a number of extravaganzas with intent to make them humorous. In one, The Devil in the Belfry, he succeeded fairly. Another phase of his fancy is discovered in two beautiful landscape pictures, masterpieces of natural description, The Domain of Arnheim and Lander's Cottage, pure idealizations of romantic scenery worthy of a poet's dream. If the volume of Poe's verse is small, there is an unusual proportion of compositions that attain the perfection of form. The best of them are exquisite embodiments of Poe's own theories regarding his art. Poetry and music were allied in his mind, the aim in both to produce an impression. The poetical effect, he said, could be prolonged only to a certain limit, and that he placed at about 100 lines. He had no sympathy with the idea that poetry should inculcate a moral. This idea he termed the heresy of the didactic, and soundly rated the New England poets for their inclination so to write. Poetry he defined as the rhythmical creation of beauty. The poetic principle manifests itself in an elevating excitement of the soul. In the service of beauty, Poe employed his art. We can easily name the titles of his most effective poems. They are the Song to Ligeia in Al Aaraf, the first to Helen, Israfel, The City in the Sea, the Colosseum, The Haunted Palace, The Conqueror Worm, Ulalume, For Annie, The Raven, The Bells, and Annabel Lee. Poe's melodies are haunting ones. Sonorous words play an important part in the mechanics of his composition. Repetition, sometimes in the form of assonance, as in the line "From a wild, weird clime that lieth sublime," sometimes in the refrain so effectively employed in The Raven, sometimes in the recurrence of the identical word, as in Dreamland and in Ulalume, is used with marked musical effect. Poe makes artful use of melodious names like Ober, Eldorado, Israfel, Ulalume, Lenore. There is a wonderful charm in the rhythmic movement of Poe's verse, and there is also, for most readers, a charm in that omnipresent melancholy which pervades his poems. So characteristic is this last quality that Poe has been described not as a single poem poet, but the poet of a single mood. Weird, mystical, unearthly, out of space, out of time. These compositions succeed in fulfilling the purpose of their author. They impress the mind with ideas of supernal beauty. They speak no message of hope or inspiration. They teach no lesson. In Poe's conception of his art, the poet, as prophet, had no place. If Poe had a literary master, it was the author of Christabel and the Rime of the Ancient Mariner. Coleridge, more than any other poet, taught the author of Israfel and The Raven the secret of melodious verse and the fascination of the weird. Of Poe's tales, selection should be made as to include the several types. The following will serve for the purpose: A Descent into the Maelstrom, The Gold Bug, The Murders of the Rue Morgue, William Wilson, The Fall of the House of Usher, Lucia, Landor's Cottage, The Devil in the Belfry. These 8 tales are fairly representative of Poe's best work in romance. Having read these, the average reader will not need urging to increase the list. The student should make a study of the very impressive tale, The Fall of the House of Usher. Let him examine, word by word, the careful composition of the introductory paragraph, heedfully noting the cumulative effect of the descriptive phrases like dull, dark, and soundless day, in the autumn of the year, when the clouds hung oppressively low, singularly dreary tract, etc., and also the iteration of the feeling evoked in the narrator, as expressed in terms like insufferable gloom, utter depression of soul, unredeemed dreariness of thought. Then let him apply the same method to the study of the piece as a structure, and he will perceive something of the mechanics of Poe's masterpiece, as he clearly recognizes its marvelous effect. Of the poems, The Raven, of course, calls for our first attention. Poe's article on the philosophy of composition will be found helpfully suggestive in studying the poem, although no one accepts seriously all that the author says regarding its composition. At least all of the 12 poems named in this text should be read, and the uniformity of tone and theme be noted. The standard edition of Poe's complete works is the Virginia edition, 17 volumes, edited by James A. Harrison, Crowell, 1902. The Works, in 10 volumes, edited by E. C. Stedman and G. E. Woodberry, is also authoritative. The latest full biography is J. A. Harrison's Life and Letters of Edgar Allan Poe, 1903. G. E. Woodberry's Edgar Allan Poe, American Men of Letters series is the best critical biography. A briefer life of Poe by W. P. Trent in the English Men of Letters series is announced. The sections upon Poe in Trent's American Literature, Richardson's American Literature, Wendell's Literary History of America, and Stedman's Poets of America are valuable for reference. End of Part 5 of Chapter 4. End of Chapter 4. Philosophy and Romance. Part 1 of Chapter 5 of A Student's History of American Literature by William Simons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Berard. Chapter 5. The New England Poets. Part 1. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, 1807 to 1882. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, the most widely read of all the American poets and the one that has the closest hold upon the hearts of the American people, was born in Portland, Maine, February 27, 1807. His father, a graduate of Harvard College, was a leading lawyer in the city. Both parents were of the best English stock and descendants of the early settlers in New England. On his mother's side, the poet traced his ancestry to John Alden, whose peculiar courtship of the Plymouth maid, Priscilla, he was to celebrate in one of his happiest poems. It was from his mother, a lover of nature and of poetry, that Longfellow inherited his romantic taste and his literary ambition. School life commenced early for this boy. He began to study at 3, and was placed in an academy at 6. At 7 he was well on his way through the Latin grammar, and was reported by his master, "one of the best boys we have in school. His conduct last quarter was very correct and amiable." There were 8 children in the home, 4 brothers and 4 sisters. Henry was the second child. Books were at hand, and out of doors there was not a little to stir the imagination of a boy in the brisk seaport town which has always been noted for both enterprise and beauty. Its picturesque features were never forgotten. In the descriptive poem, My Lost Youth, written in 1855, they are vividly recalled. The pleasant streets of the seaside town, the gleam of the sunlight on the bay, the harbor islands, the garrison in the little fort, the sea fight between the Enterprise and the Boxer, which was watched by the citizens from the shore. Like Irving, Longfellow was fascinated by the sight of the wharves and the shipping, and thus he writes: I remember the black wharves, and the slips, and the sea tides tossing free, and Spanish sailors with bearded lips, and the beauty and mystery of the ships, and the magic of the sea. I remember the gleams and glooms that dart across the schoolboy's brain, the song and the silence in the heart, that in part are prophecies, and in part are longings wild and vain, and the voices of that fitful song sings on, and is never still. A boy's will is the wind's will, and the thoughts of youth are long, long thoughts. Longfellow was 12 years old when Irving's sketch book appeared. The young reader was immediately captivated by its charm. At 13 he began to write verse, some of which was printed in the newspapers. He was 14 when he passed his entrance examinations for college. In 1822 Longfellow became a student at Bellona College, and was admitted to the sophomore class. In college he was a general favorite, social in disposition, but above everything else the industrious student and voluminous reader. We have already seen that his acquaintance with Hawthorne, his classmate, was comparatively slight. Although Longfellow wrote considerable prose and verse, some of which was published in the United States Literary Gazette of Boston, there is little in the work of this period which calls for comment. We note the recurrence of nature themes, and the influence of Bryant's poems, an influence so strong that these early compositions appear hardly more than imitations. Before the end of his college course, Longfellow had recognized his true vocation, and had formulated his desires in a letter to his father, written in his senior year. I most eagerly aspire after future eminence in literature. My whole soul burns ardently for it, and every earthly thought centers in it. Again he writes: Whatever I do, study, ought to be engaged in with all my soul, for I will be eminent in something. At the commencement exercises of his class in 1825, Longfellow spoke on the theme Our Native Writers. The opportunity for further equipment came speedily. A professorship of modern languages had just been established at Bowdoin, and to the young graduate already marked as a youth of talent, this position was offered with permission to spend 3 years in Europe for study. The call was accepted with eagerness and delight. This first European sojourn extended from the spring of 1826 to the summer of 1829, and Longfellow returned with a practical knowledge of French, Spanish, and Italian. The study of these languages was then altogether new in American colleges, and much of the professor's time was employed in preparing texts for the use of his students. There was little opportunity for literary composition. Nevertheless, during 1833 and 1834 Longfellow began the publication of some travel sketches, which in 1835 appeared in book form under the title of Outre Mer, A Pilgrimage Beyond the Sea. This volume is a lesser sketch book, in the manner of Irving, without his skill. In 1834 Longfellow received a call from Harvard College to follow the distinguished scholar George Ticknor in the professorship of Belles Lettres, which he was about to resign. A second trip abroad followed the acceptance of this call. Longfellow was now accompanied by his wife. he had married, in 1831, Miss Mary Potter of Portland, and in the autumn, while they were in Holland, Mrs. Longfellow died. The loneliness and desolation of that experience are suggested in the opening pages of Hyperion. The setting of a great hope is like the setting of the sun. The brightness of our life is gone. Shadows of evening fall around us, and the world seems but a dim reflection, itself a broader shadow. We look forward into the coming lonely night. The soul withdraws into itself, then stars arise and the night is holy. The poet hastened on to Heidelberg, and, like Paul Fleming, the hero of his romance, buried himself in books. For 18 years, from 1836 to 1854, Longfellow retained his active connection with Harvard College. However exacting his duties, and there were times when they became irksome, he never slighted them. His students found him patient and gentle. His presence, equally with his instruction, was an inspiration. The poet's life is inseparably associated with the history of Harvard and of Cambridge. In the midst of a distinguished society, he became, as time went on, its most distinguished member. Soon after his arrival in Cambridge, Longfellow had taken rooms in the stately and historic mansion known as Craigie House, celebrated as having been the headquarters of General Washington, but now more famous as the poet's home. It remained his residence until his death. In 1839, Longfellow published 2 volumes which commanded immediate recognition. The one, a prose romance, Hyperion, is more or less a record of the moods and thoughts associated with its author's sojourn in Germany and Switzerland, warmly colored by the sentiment of youth, and by the imagination of a poet who is stirred by romantic regions and legend-haunted scenes. The other, a thin volume of verse, entitled Voices of the Night, contained a number of his earlier compositions, together with 8 new poems of genuine worth. These were the impressive Hymn to Night, beginning with its finely imaginative stanza: I heard the trailing garments of the night Sweep through her marble halls. I saw her sable skirts all fringed with light From the celestial walls. The psalm of life, now so time-worn and so hackneyed that we treat it slightingly instead of submitting our imagination to the stirring appeal of its verse. The reaper and the flowers, the light of stars, footsteps of angels, flowers, the beleaguered city, and midnight mass for the dying year. Simple and melodious, these poems quickly found their way into the homes and hearts of the people. 2 years later, a volume of Ballads and Other Poems appeared, and to the songs in the earlier group were added the now familiar Skeleton in Armor, The Wreck of the Hesperus, The Village Blacksmith, The Rainy Day, Maidenhood, and Excelsior. This last, like the Psalm of Life, a favorite mark for the arrow of the critic. It is worth while in passing to note how many of these compositions have held their place in popularity and justified the first impression of their merit. Longfellow took little part in the political discussions of his day. He was neither abolitionist nor transcendentalist, nor did he, like Whittier or Lowell, employ his verse in the furtherance of any specific cause. He did, however, on his return voyage after 6 months' stay in Europe, in 1842, compose 7 poems dealing with the subject of slavery, and these were published at the close of the year. They lack intensity of feeling and possess little artistic merit, but are interesting as the only utterance on this theme to which the poet gave public expression. In 1843 occurred the poet's marriage to Miss Frances Appleton, whom he had first met in Switzerland, 7 years before. In the character of Mary Ashburton she had figured in the romance Hyperion. In this year of his marriage was published the first of Longfellow's dramas, The Spanish Student. The next 10 years were richly productive. Two collections were edited by Longfellow in 1845, one of which, The Poets and Poetry of Europe, contained numerous translations made by the poet. Then followed, in 1846, the volume entitled The Belfry of Bruges and Other Poems, and in 1847 the first long narrative poem, Evangeline. Kavanagh, A Tale, was completed in 1849, and a fresh volume of verse, The Seaside and The Fireside, appeared in 1850. Another dramatic work, The Golden Legend, was finished in 1851. In 1854 Longfellow began working upon Hiawatha. The work was completed and published in 1855. Of the two narrative poems it is necessary to speak in some detail. The pathetic incident on which the story of Evangeline is based was related first to Hawthorne, as a subject well suited to romance. The novelist, however, made no use of the material thus obtained, but willingly resigned the theme to Longfellow, who had shown a lively interest in the tale. There was no question of the poet's success. This beautiful idyll of the Acadian exiles, with its plaintive romance of Evangeline's weary, heartbreaking search for the lover so ruthlessly separated from his bride, was immediately accepted as the crown of the poet's work, and it is worthy of note that the poem was finished upon his 40th birthday. Longfellow had chosen a peculiar metre for Evangeline. The use of hexameter verse had not been deemed consistent with the principles of English versification, and had not been employed with marked success. It had, however, been used by the German poet Goethe with very pleasing effect in his pastoral poem Hermann und Dorothea, and Longfellow, who had experimented slightly with the measure, determined to use it here. The poet was invariably happy in his choice of metrical forms. The reader of his poems is inevitably struck with the appropriateness of the measure to the theme. As Dr. Holmes says in respect to the metre of Evangeline, "The hexameter has often been criticized, but I do not believe any other measure could have told that lovely story with such effect as we feel when carried along the tranquil current of these brimming, slow moving, soul satisfying lines. The poet knows better than his critics the length of step which best befits his muse." The second of these great compositions makes use of a distinctively native theme. Longfellow had for some time been attracted to the American Indian as a subject, and finally hit upon a plan for weaving together a number of the Indian traditions in narrative form. The Finnish epic Kalevala suggested an appropriate measure, and in other ways served as a model for the poem, which he wrote with intense enjoyment. As in the case of Evangeline, the form selected proved remarkably apt to the treatment of this primitive theme. The trochaic tetrameter, using classic terminology, and the employment of parallelism and repetition, gave an elemental effect to the narrative that was both appropriate and rhythmically pleasing. Hiawatha is the epic of the red man, and the romantic, the heroic phase of Indian nature has never been better presented. Considerable criticism greeted its appearance, and there were many charges of plagiarism. Nevertheless, the poem was immensely popular, and is now generally regarded as the poet's most original and most satisfactory achievement. The demands of the classroom had increased with the years, and college duties became more and more irksome to the poet. "This college work is like a great hand laid on all the strings of my lyre, stopping their vibrations," he writes in his journal in 1850. In 1854 Longfellow resigned the professorship, and gave himself wholly to his vocation as a poet. Following Hiawatha, his next important work was the delightful Puritan pastoral, The Courtship of Miles Standish, a bit of refreshing human comedy drawn from the sober annals of Plymouth. The poem was published in 1858. 3 years later, in 1861, the happiness and serenity of Longfellow's life were suddenly broken by the shocking accident which caused the death of his wife. Sitting in the library of their home, sealing some packages of their little daughter's curls, Mrs. Longfellow's dress caught fire. She died the following day. The deep grief of his loss the poet bore in silence. After his death there was found in his portfolio the sonnet entitled "The Cross of Snow," written in 1879, the single utterance of his grief in verse. There is a mountain in the distant west that sun defying in its deep ravines displays a cross of snow upon its side. Such is the cross I wear upon my breast these 18 years, through all the changing scenes and seasons, changeless since the day she died. To occupy his mind and alleviate his sorrow, the poet began a translation of Dante. Upon this he worked at intervals for several years. The Divine Comedy was completed in 1867. It holds a place among the best versions of Dante's work in English. Meanwhile, the first part of Tales of a Wayside Inn had appeared in 1863. In 1872 and 1873 the remaining parts were published. In the spring of 1868 Mr. Longfellow went again to Europe, accompanied by his children. The poet was everywhere accorded a royal welcome. The universities of Oxford and Cambridge honored him with their degrees, and Queen Victoria received him as her guest at Windsor. The winter was spent in Florence and Rome, and, after again visiting England, the party returned home in the fall. Longfellow's most ambitious, but not most successful, dramatic work, Christus, a Mystery, which includes The Divine Tragedy, The Golden Legend, and the New England Tragedies, was published, complete, in 1872. The Mask of Pandora and Other Poems, in 1875. Queramos and Other Poems, in 1878. Ultima Thule, in 1880, and In the Harbor, in 1882. Michael Angelo, a Fragment, did not appear until 1884. The most notable among these later compositions was the Morituri Salutamus, written for the 50th anniversary of the famous class at Bowdoin. Longfellow's last years can hardly be termed declining years. His health continued vigorous, his spirit was cheerful, his house remained a center of sociability. His children married and established their homes around him. Outside the circle of distinguished men in Cambridge and Boston, who cherished his friendship, he might well have called all his countrymen his friends, for no American man of letters was ever so widely beloved. His popularity, indeed, had its drawbacks. It was sometimes amusing, and often annoying to the poet, this insistent pressure of friendly feeling. His time and strength were absorbed by well-meaning but inconsiderate visitors, whose only errand was to express their admiration. Requests for autographs were numberless. In one day Longfellow wrote, sealed, and directed 70 replies. One ingenious lady in Ohio sent him 100 cards, with the request that he would write his name on each, that she might distribute them among her guests at a party which she was to give upon the poet's birthday. No account of Longfellow's personality would be complete without reference to his love for children. His relation to them was singularly intimate and tender. Among his sweetest poems are those which treat of childhood. It was no perfunctory greeting that he uttered. Come to me, O ye children, and whisper in my ear what the birds and the winds are singing in your sunny atmosphere. For what are all our contrivings and the wisdom of our books, when compared with your caresses and the gladness of your looks? Ye are better than all the ballads that ever were sung or said, for ye are living poems, and all the rest are dead. And the children came to him. On his 72nd birthday they brought him the famous chair made from the wood of the spreading chestnut tree, which had shaded the doorway of the village smith. They continued to come collectively and individually, for the warm‐hearted poet gave orders that no child who wished to see the chair should be excluded, and the muddy print of many a little shoe was left on the floor of the hall in Craigie House. Longfellow's 75th birthday was celebrated in the public schools throughout the land. His last visitors were four Boston schoolboys who had asked permission to call, whom the poet received with accustomed kindliness. That night he had a sudden attack of illness, and 6 days later, March 24th, 1882, he died. His last poem, The Bells of San Blas, was written a few days before his death. One finds a touch of prophecy in the closing lines, the last verses that he wrote. Out of the shadows of night the world rolls into light. It is daybreak everywhere. Among the many tributes to the memory of the poet there was none quite so touching, none more apt, than the comment made by Emerson at Longfellow's funeral. He was then within a month of his own departure, his memory was shattered, and he showed all the weakness of his pathetic decline. Gazing intently upon the face of the dead poet, he turned to a friend and said, "That gentleman was a sweet, beautiful soul, but I have entirely forgotten his name." Longfellow's name is safe, and the many thousands who still read and love his poems continue to recognize therein the sweet, beautiful soul of the poet. His body lies in Mount Auburn, the resting place of many famous contemporaries. The qualities which especially mark the poetry of Longfellow are simplicity of style, beautiful imagery, moral earnestness, and narrative power. So simple is this poet that many critics pronounce him commonplace. Unquestionably, he possessed what may be termed the common mind. He was not a profound thinker, not one of the bards sublime. He spoke out of the common experience of life, and it was this, in large degree, which gave him the comprehension and affection of the common people. We must remember, also, that when we dwell upon the commonplaceness or the triteness of Longfellow's sentiment, we are often emphasizing the fact that the verse of our criticism has become worn by our own use. Longfellow shared generously in the gift bestowed on all poets, the sense of beauty and the power of figurative expression. Not at all like the magical art of Poe, Longfellow's art, impassionate, quiet, restrained, often pensive, sometimes melancholy, never morbid, is equally distinctive and equally true. He, too, had a rare felicity of phrase which gave artistic setting to his figures. The following passages are characteristic illustrations of his simple but effective imagery. From the cool cisterns of the midnight air my spirit drank repose. She struck where the white and fleecy waves looked soft as carded wool, but the cruel rocks they gored her side like the horns of an angry bull. Silently, one by one, in the infinite meadows of heaven, blossomed the lovely stars, the forget-me-nots of the angels. Life had long been astir in the village, and clamorous labor knocked with its 100 hands at the golden gates of the morning. For age is opportunity no less than youth itself, though in another dress, and as the evening twilight fades away, the sky is filled with stars, invisible by day. Like Bryant, Longfellow is usually impressed by the lesson in the thing he sees, and often tags his poem with a moral that is obvious enough to be left unformulated. Yet the happy expression of these wise observations is far from unattractive to the average American reader, and through them he won his way to the hearts of many. Of this didactic tendency we may take as familiar examples A Psalm of Life, and The Rainy Day, in which the moral lesson is the main purpose of each. In The Village Blacksmith we are reminded of Wordsworth's manner: "Thanks, thanks to thee, my worthy friend, for the lesson thou hast taught." It is as a writer of narrative poems that Longfellow attains his chief distinction. No other American poet compares with him in this field. Not only the three long poems which deal with themes of national interest, but also the 22 tales of the Wayside Inn series, and the numerous ballads like The Skeleton in Armor, The Wreck of the Hesperus, King Witlof's Drinking Horn, and The Discoverer of the North Cape, must be taken in account. Not all are of equal merit. The Tales of a Wayside Inn attain a varying degree of success, but this body of narrative poems, as a whole, proves the poet to have been a master of the story telling art. As a lyric poet, Longfellow ranks with the best. Many of his poems are songs. We think at once of The Rainy Day, The Bridge, The Day is Done, Curfew, Stars of the Summer Night, Resignation, Sandalphon, The Children, The Children's Hour, and many more. With the sonnet, too, Longfellow was eminently successful. Those addressed to Chaucer, Shakespeare, Milton, and Keats are among his best. The poetical dramas are inferior as a group to the lyric and narrative poems. In The Spanish Student and The Golden Legend his imagination is freer and stronger than in the other dramas, and the dramatic poem Michael Angelo shows the poet's creative power in its highest development. Longfellow's intimate acquaintance with the literatures of Europe and the influence of professional study are shown in the large number of facile translations from Scandinavian, German, French, Italian, and Spanish poets. They are marked by insight, sympathy, and felicity of interpretation, and form no unimportant portion of his work. It is unfair and ill considered to cite these productions as proof of the poet's lack of originality, as is sometimes done. The translator of The Castle by the Sea and The Song of the Silent Land is a poetical benefactor indeed. It is not altogether to his varied and rich accomplishment in verse that Longfellow's place in the affection of all Americans is due. It was the charm of his personality that confirmed it. He appeared to be one among his countrymen, not above them. Calm in spirit, gentle in utterance, benignant, modest, the people saw in him the embodiment of the beautiful ideal he taught. They admired him as a poet, they trusted and revered him as a man, they accepted him as a teacher, they crowned him Poet Laureate of the home. To English readers, also, he became endeared. In 1884 a bust of Longfellow was placed with appropriate honors in the Poets' Corner, Westminster Abbey. It was the first time that an American man of letters had been commemorated in this place of high memorial. We have seen that the poetry of Poe found great favor among the Latin peoples of Europe. Longfellow's poems have enjoyed as wide, if not wider popularity abroad. There is an anecdote which gives a remarkable illustration of this fact. It is said that on a French steamer sailing from Constantinople to Marseilles, a Russian, an Englishman, a Scotchman, a Frenchman, a Greek, and an American vied with one another in quotations from our poet. In America, certainly, Longfellow is still the poet of the people. It is an interesting fact that in the great printing establishment of Longfellow's publishers at Cambridge there is always some edition of the poet in the press. His poems are printing continuously every working day in the year. Of the prose works of Longfellow, Hyperion will be found most interesting. Selections from the poems should include representative compositions in the various groups described in the text. The poetry of Longfellow is so familiar that particular directions are unnecessary. Houghton Mifflin Company published the only complete editions of Longfellow's works. The Cambridge edition of the poems in one volume is complete, and its bibliographical notes are admirable. In the Riverside Literature series, The Courtship of Miles Standish, Evangeline, Hiawatha, Tales of a Wayside Inn are printed in separate numbers. The Life of Longfellow, 3 volumes, by his brother Samuel Longfellow, is the standard biography. The Longfellow in The American Men of Letters series is by T.W. Higginson. That in the Great Writers series is by E.S. Robertson. The best brief biography is that by G.R. Carpenter in the Beacon Biographies. Mrs. Annie Fields in Authors and Friends, Edward Everett Hale in Fireside Travels, Cambridge, 30 Years Ago, and W.D. Howells in My Literary Friends and Acquaintance have written interesting reminiscences of the poet. Valuable studies of Longfellow are to be found in Richardson's American Literature, Volume II, Stedman's Poets of America, Trent's History of American Literature, Wendell's Literary History of America, and Vincent's American Literary Masters. An interesting book of reference is The Wayside Inn, Its History and Literature, by S.A. Bent. A delightful essay upon Longfellow is found in the Literary and Social Essays by G.W. Curtis. Most noteworthy among the publications inspired by the 100th anniversary of Longfellow's birth are the Henry Wadsworth Longfellow by Charles Eliot Norton, Houghton Mifflin Company, The Centenary of Longfellow, Atlantic Monthly, March, 1907, by Bliss Perry, and the critical article in the North American Review, March, 1907, by W.D. Howells. End of Part 1 of Chapter 5. Part 2 of Chapter 5 of A Student's History of American Literature by William Simons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Perard. Chapter 5, Part 2. John Greenleaf Whittier, 1807 to 1862. December 17, 1807, the year in which Longfellow was born, occurred the birth of John Greenleaf Whittier, second in this group of New England poets, and one whose memory stands next to that of Longfellow in the affection and reverence of the American people. Unlike Longfellow, Hawthorne, and Emerson, Whittier was neither city born nor college bred. In his preparation for life the academic element was entirely lacking. He was a country boy of the genuine New England stock. For 160 years his stalwart ancestors had cultivated the Whittier farm, and the very house in which he was born had been built by the great-great-grandfather of the poet in 1688. The birthplace of Whittier lies a few miles from the busy little city of Haverhill, in the northeast corner of Massachusetts. It was and is a pleasant region, rather lonely, not so ruggedly romantic as that in which young Bryant learned to commune with nature, yet full of pastoral beauty. Our old homestead nestled under a long range of hills, says Whittier. It was surrounded by woods in all directions, save to the southeast, where a break in the leafy wall revealed a vista of low green meadows, picturesque with wooded islands and jutting capes of upland. Through these a small brook, noisy enough as it foamed, rippled and laughed down its rocky falls by our garden side, wound silently and scarcely visible to a still larger stream, known as the Country Brook. This brook, in its turn, after doing duty at 2 or 3 saw and grist mills, the clack of which we could hear in still days across the intervening woodlands, found its way to the great river, and the river took up and bore it down to the great sea. The great river was the Merrimack, down which Thoreau made his interesting expedition. It was not far to the beaches of Salisbury, Rye, and Hampton. where the poet pitched his imaginary tent, with the great stretch of salt marsh to the westward, the limitless reach of the ocean in the foreground, the high bluff of Great Boar's Head to the north, and to the south the broad mouth of the Merrimac, with the ancient town of Newburyport just beyond. With these localities Whittier has made his readers familiar. If one would catch a glimpse of Whittier's boyhood, he will find it sketched in The Barefoot Boy. If he would know the spirit of the household, he may find it in Snowbound. The farm itself was not a very profitable one. It was encumbered with debt, and strict economy was the law. Yet it was a comfortable home, and the picture it left in the poet's memory is an inviting one. The old, rude furnished room, with its whitewashed wall and sagging beam, its motley braided mat upon the floor, and its ample fireplace ruddy with the flame of crackling logs, was a scene of contentment and homely cheer. Shut in from all the world without, we sat the clean winged hearth about, content to let the north wind roar in baffled rage at pane and door, while the red logs before us beat the frost line back with tropic heat. And for the winter fireside meat, between the andirons' straddling feet, the mug of cider simmered slow, the apples sputtered in a row, and close at hand the basket stood, with nuts from brown October's wood. What matter how the night behaved? What matter how the north wind raved? Blow high, blow low, not all its snow could quench our hearth fire's ruddy glow. Here the winter evenings were passed with story telling, or talk of guest, or poring over one of the scanty volumes, perhaps the Almanac, or the poems of the Quaker Elwood, or the Journal of John Woolman, or the one harmless novel mostly hid from younger eyes, a volume of Scott, read privily. But one bright day the district schoolmaster brought a copy of Robert Burns into the country home, and read aloud the songs of Scotland's peasant poet. The New England farmer's son, then 14, listened with delight, and felt his own soul kindled with poetic fire. He began to write rhymes of his own, and the verses were passed about and admired. He borrowed all the books that were available, especially poems. One of his first purchases was a copy of Shakespeare's plays. His parents were devout Quakers, and it was natural enough that oftener than any other volume the Bible was in his hands. Meanwhile the youth was working hard at plow and scythe, steadily employed in the severe manual labor of the farm. District school he attended during the 12-week session every winter. Whittier's father was a subscriber to the Free Press, a weekly paper which young William Lloyd Garrison was then editing at Newburyport, and to this publication Mary Whittier, a sister 2 years older than the youthful poet, sent anonymously one of his early compositions. It was printed by the editor, and one day when the 18-year-old lad was mending fences the postman tossed him the weekly paper with his verses in the Poet's Corner. Whittier could hardly believe his eyes. He stood dazed, reading the lines, scarcely comprehending the fact that one of his poems was actually in print. It was not long thereafter that Garrison himself drove over to have a look at his new contributor, and the lifelong friendship of these two men was begun. The visitor urged Mr. Whittier not to discourage the literary ambitions of his son, and advised that the youth be given an education. While not indifferent to his son's desires, Mr. Whittier was a hard-headed, hard-working, practical man, upon whom the necessity of a livelihood pressed heavily. True to the poet's characterization of him in Snowbound, "a prompt, decisive man, no breath our father wasted." His terse response to this appeal was, "Sir, poetry will not give him bread." But Whittier yearned for an education. His health was delicate. Indeed, it had already suffered from the hard labor of the farm, and it was evident that his physique could not endure the heavy demands of the agricultural life. It was not long after Garrison's visit, therefore, that young Whittier obtained his father's consent to his attendance at the academy in Haverhill, provided that he could earn the means. So the farm boy learned how to make slippers and labored at the shoemaker's bench. Thus he paid his tuition for a 6 months' term in the Haverhill school. The next winter he taught in the country district, and earned sufficient funds to secure another term at the academy. This was the extent of Whittier's scholastic training. A college course he was compelled to renounce for lack of funds, and a disinclination to accept assistance unearned. He had read a surprising number of books, sometimes walking miles to secure a coveted volume, had written a great deal of verse, and was locally known as a poet. He even planned to publish an edition of his poems, but the project failed. Under the circumstances, Whittier was fortunate in the opportunities which now offered for a career. In 1829 he became editor of a journal published in Boston called The American Manufacturer, which supported the idea of a protective tariff, and also contained literary matter. The position carried no particular distinction with it, and the salary was only $9 a week, but it served as a good school for a young writer. Whittier wrote regularly for his paper, both prose and verse, yet had considerable leisure for reading and making acquaintance with the world. In August, his father's illness called him home, and he was kept busy in the management of the farm until his father's death. Early in 1830 he became editor of the Haverhill Gazette. This engagement continued for 6 months, when he assumed editorial charge of the New England Review, published in Hartford. That the young Quaker of Haverhill had already made some impression by his personality as well as by his pen is evident from the introduction now given him by George D. Prentice, the retiring editor of the Review. "I cannot do less than congratulate my readers," said Prentice, "on the prospect of their more familiar acquaintance with a gentleman of such powerful energies, and such exalted purity and sweetness of character. I have made some enemies among those whose good opinion I value, but no rational man can ever be the enemy of Mr. Whittier." For a year and a half Whittier retained this position, developing rapidly in power and in professional reputation. He gave his support to Henry Clay, and upheld the principle of the tariff. Whittier also enjoyed the society of the literary people more or less noted, who made their home in Hartford. Among the members of this interesting group were the poets James G. Percival and Mrs. Lydia Sigourney, whose writings were, at this time, widely read and admired. It was in Hartford that Whittier, in 1831, published his first book, Legends of New England, a volume of rather crude sketches, including some verse. They had already appeared in the New England Magazine. These legends were not thought by Whittier worthy of permanent place in his prose works, and the same judgment was placed by him on most of his early experiments in fictitious narrative. Of his poems written previous to 1833 there are few which have survived. The spirited Song of the Vermonters, a product of his school days, the Vaudois Teacher, and the Star of Bethlehem are selected by Professor Carpenter as the only ones of poetic value. From 1832 to 1836 Whittier was again upon the farm, struggling to make a living for his mother, his sister, his aunt, who lived with them, and himself. We may recall the situation at this period of the other writers whose lives have been already noted. It was in 1832 that Emerson resigned his pastorate in Boston and retired to Concord. Poe, recently discharged from West Point, was in Baltimore trying to support himself by hack work for the magazines. Hawthorne was dreaming in the seclusion of his hermit-like existence in Salem. Longfellow was now settled in his professorship at Bowdoin. Bryant, of course, representative of the earlier generation, had emerged from his period of struggle, and had been for 3 years editor of the Post. For Whittier, now in his 25th year, the future was full of uncertainty. Politics seemed to offer the only field of promise, but this field he hesitated to enter. As he wrote to Mrs. Sigourney, "There is something inconsistent in the character of a poet and a modern politician." A year later he wrote to the same correspondent: "Of poetry I have nearly taken my leave, and a pen is getting to be something of a stranger to me. I have been compelled again to plunge into the political whirlpool, for I have found that my political reputation is more influential than my poetical." But in 1833 Whittier's vocation was made clear. It was the turning point in his life. The poet found inspiration in an unexpected theme. The anti slavery movement, which 5 years earlier had enlisted the extreme energies of the radical and lion hearted Garrison, had already appealed to the humanitarian spirit of Whittier. He was as strong an idealist as any transcendentalist of Boston or Concord, and could not be otherwise than strongly sympathetic with the ultimate purpose of the movement. At 26, therefore, the poet allied himself for better or for worse with the abolitionists. For 27 years Whittier was one of the foremost among those identified with this cause. He was a delegate to the first National Anti Slavery Convention at Philadelphia in 1833, and signed its declaration. 2 years later he was mobbed in Concord, New Hampshire, while traveling with an anti slavery agitator. He was threatened in Boston. In 1838 he took charge of the organ of the society, the Pennsylvania Freeman, published in Philadelphia, and again encountered a mob, which sacked and burned his office. Throughout this turbulent experience his courage and zeal knew no limit. The shy and gentle Quaker had become the fearless advocate of an unpopular crusade. In 1833 he published at his own expense a pamphlet, Justice and Expediency, which exerted a wide influence. The verses which he wrote rang like the voices of a trumpet through the land. Randolph of Roanoke, Massachusetts to Virginia, to Faneuil Hall, the slave ships, the hunter of men, clerical oppressors, the pastoral letter. These poems illustrate various phases of the poet's utterance during these momentous years. When we compare Whittier's Voices of Freedom (1846) with Longfellow's Poems on Slavery (1842), we feel at once the difference in the spirit of the two men in this matter. Longfellow's verses are literary. Whittier's are the vehement utterances of emotion and conviction. "They were written," said the poet, "with no expectation that they would survive the occasions which called them forth. They were protests, alarm signals, trumpet calls to action, words wrung from the writer's heart, forged at white heat, and of course lacking the finish and careful word selection which reflection and patient brooding over them might have given. Such as they are, they belong to the history of the anti slavery movement, and may serve as waymarks of its progress." It is interesting to see how loyal Whittier remained to the ideals and inspirations of this period, the distinctive epoch in his life. "The simple fact is," he wrote to E.L. Godkin, "that I cannot be sufficiently grateful to the divine providence that so early called my attention to the great interests of humanity, saving me from the poor ambitions and miserable jealousies of a selfish pursuit of literary reputation." The poet himself never regretted the fact that this alliance had placed these limitations upon his verse. He rather saw it in the real inspiration of his life, the true birth of poetical power. "My lad, if thee would win success, join thyself to some unpopular but noble cause," said he in after years to a youth who came to him for counsel. In 1835 Mr. Whittier was elected as representative in the Massachusetts legislature, and at the close of the term was re elected, but ill health prevented further service. In 1836 the homestead at East Haverhill was sold, and the adjoining town of Amesbury became the poet's residence, his mother and his younger sister Elizabeth making his home. For a time He was again associated with one or another local newspaper, and from 1847 to 1860 he was corresponding editor of the New Era, published in Washington, the mouthpiece of the American and foreign anti slavery society. It was in this paper that a number of Whittier's poems were first printed, including Ichabod (1850), that most effective utterance of scorn and grief, inspired by the 7th of March speech of Daniel Webster. But meanwhile Whittier's pen had not been employed exclusively on writings for the cause. In 1836 his narrative poem, Maug McGon, had been published, afterward a thorn in the poet's flesh, for to his mature taste it did not appear deserving of a permanent place in his works. He said that it reminded him of "a big Indian in his war paint, strutting about in Sir Walter Scott's plaid." In 1843 Whittier published Lays of My Home. The Songs of Labor appeared in 1850, The Chapel of the Hermits and Other Poems in 1853, The Panorama and Other Poems in 1856, and Home Ballads in 1860. In these collections Whittier was taking his position as distinctively the poet of New England. Here are nature poems, Hampton Beach, Lakeside, and Summer by the Lakeside, April, and The Last Walk in Autumn. Narrative poems embodying old New England legends, Cassandra Southwick, Skipper Ireson's Ride, and the Garrison of Cape Ann. Idyls of the Farm, Maud Muller, The Barefoot Boy, and in deeper vein the exquisite ballad, Telling the Bees, quaintly reminiscent of the New England setting, like the rest. Here, too, we find the strongly personal poems, My Psalm, Memories, and My Playmate. While Whittier's prose works have never attracted much attention, we may note the publication during this period of the following volumes: The Stranger in Lowell, 1845, a series of sketches written while the writer was editing for a brief period a newspaper in the city named; The Supernaturalism of New England, 1847; Leaves from Margaret Smith's Journal, 1849, an attractive study of life in the Massachusetts Bay province, realistically presented and worthy of a wider reading; Old Portraits and Modern Sketches, 1850, and Literary Recreations and Miscellanies, 1854, both volumes made up of essays and studies which had appeared in the Era. During the years of Civil War Whittier published two volumes, In Wartime, 1864, and National Lyrics, 1865, which included the poems inspired by the events of this exciting period. Like the earlier songs born of the movement against slavery, these compositions lack art and finish. They were written in the ardor of conflict and sent immediately into print without the opportunity to meditate and correct. Waiting and The Watchers are among the best of these war lyrics, while in Barbara Frietchie the poet produced what is often described as the finest ballad of the struggle, although the story told in the poem is now discredited. Laus Deo, the most stirring of these lyrics, has an interesting history. It was composed while the poet was sitting in the Friends' meeting house in Amesbury, at the regular fifth day meeting, listening to the bells of jubilation which announced the passage of the constitutional amendment abolishing slavery, January 31st, 1865. It is done! Clang of bell and roar of gun send the tidings up and down. All sat in silence, but on his return to his home, he recited a portion of the poem, not yet committed to paper, to his housemates in the garden room. It wrote itself, rather sang itself, while the bells rang, he wrote to Lucy Larcom. In 1866 Whittier published his masterpiece, Snowbound, a winter idyl. This beautiful poem is a thoroughly realistic picture of the farm in the grasp of a New England winter. The family circle grouped in homely comfort about the roaring fireplace is that of the poet's own frugal home, but it is typical of rural life in the New England of the sixties, and the portraits are representative of the sturdy class to which the poet's family belonged. Snowbound takes its legitimate place beside Goldsmith's Deserted Village and Burns' The Cotter's Saturday Night. In Whittier's poems the personal element is strong. The devoted sister, Elizabeth, "our youngest and our dearest," had died in 1864. Perhaps it was this event which had stirred the poet's memories of childhood. Certainly it was the inspiration of the tenderest passage in the poem. Snowbound brought its author his first substantial pecuniary returns. The sales were very large. From the first edition he received $10,000, and the financial burden of many years was permanently removed. The large success of Snowbound was repeated a twelvemonth later, when the collection of narrative poems entitled The Tent on the Beach appeared in the Atlantic Monthly. When the latter poems were published in book form, they began to sell at the rate of 1,000 copies a day. "This will never do," wrote the poet in humorous self-depreciation to his publisher, James T. Fields. "The swindle is awful. Barnum is a saint to us." The comrades of the beach were the poet himself, Mr. James T. Fields, and the noted traveler as well as all around man of letters, Bayard Taylor. The poems thus grouped, in the manner of Longfellow's Tales of a Wayside Inn (1863), are somber in tone, sad stories of ill-fated ships and legends of the days of delusion. No one of them has gained a strong hold on popular favor. The descriptions of the sea and the familiar portrait of the poet. "In one there was a dreamer born, who, with a mission to fulfill, had left the Muses' haunts to turn the crank of an opinion mill." These are the happiest touches in the work. Successive volumes of his verse continue to appear at frequent intervals during the remainder of Whittier's life. He was an old man in his 85th year, universally venerated when the final volume was published. During these latter years the poet lived a retired and peaceful life, impelled thereto by delicate health and the natural shyness of his disposition. Yet he never lost interest in public affairs, or his active sympathy with the ultimate results of that cause which had enlisted his energies in youth. The education of the freedmen in the South, the assistance of individuals who had made their way to the North, were matters of vital interest to him. He continued to make his home in Amesbury, but visited with friends in Hampton Falls or with relatives at Oak Knoll and Danvers. There was a quiet corner in the White Mountains where he loved to sojourn for a few weeks in the heat of summer, and the artistic home of Celia Thaxter at the Isles of Shoals was also a favorite retreat. Whittier was the only one of this group of New England writers who never went abroad. Indeed, after the poet settled in the home at Amesbury, he seldom ventured far from his own fireside. The society of his kindred and of a few intimate friends he dearly loved, but he was too diffident to enjoy large companies, and he shrank from all publicity. The farmer of East Haverhill was most at home with common folks, understanding them perfectly and talking with them in a language they could understand. He used the pronoun thee, the Quaker form of address, and always remained heartily loyal to the simple manners of the Friends. The militant spirit of his anti-slavery poems wholly disappeared with the war, and only gentleness, universal good will, and a beautiful simplicity of religious faith characterized his later verse. The popularity of Whittier increased among all classes of readers. His birthday, like that of Longfellow, was observed with noteworthy tributes of esteem. Upon his 80th anniversary, the governor of Massachusetts, with other distinguished citizens, visited the poet at Oak Knoll to present the congratulations of his native state. Upon one of these anniversary occasions, Whittier was deeply touched by a telegram sent by the Southern Forestry Congress, assembled in Florida. "In remembrance of your birthday, we have planted a live oak tree to your memory, which, like the leaves of the tree, will be forever green. Together with his gentle dignity of bearing and his modest shyness of manner, Whittier possessed a keen sense of humor and had a homely wit that flashed out in conversation with his friends. Among these there were a number of distinguished women: Mrs. Stowe, Lucy Larcom, Alice and Phoebe Cary, Sarah Orne Jewett, Celia Thaxter, and Mrs. James T. Fields. With Longfellow, Emerson, and Holmes, Whittier had a pleasant but not an intimate acquaintance. In personal appearance the poet was tall and spare. His eyes were unusually brilliant, large and dark. His smile was wonderfully benignant. Although he suffered much from ill health, he was patient, cheerful, and sweet tempered. His final illness was brief. He died at Hampton, September 7, 1892. Almost his last words were, "Love, love to all the world." The funeral services were held in the little garden of the home at Amesbury, and the poet was buried in the village cemetery in the family lot. In comparison with our other American poets, Whittier must be recognized as essentially provincial. Aside from the fact that a large body of his verse, the anti-slavery poems, was necessarily of temporary value, we must remember also that the best portion of his work belongs wholly to New England. It is nevertheless true that while this circumstance places a limitation upon its scope, it does not detract from the strength and value of his poetry. While the poet has never received, like Longfellow and Poe, the recognition of other peoples than our own, this restriction of his field, with the fidelity and vividness of his interpretation, is precisely what gives to Whittier his chief distinction here at home. Nor was he, in the larger sense, a great poet. No one recognized the technical faults of his verse more frankly than Whittier himself. "I should be hung for my bad rhymes anywhere south of Mason and Dixon's line," he wrote to Mr. Fields. That he did not hold a place with the men of profound insight, the seers, he knew equally well. His own modest estimate of his poetic gifts he has expressed in stanzas of unusual beauty, which to some extent are themselves a contradiction of the statement. The rigor of a frozen clime, the harshness of an untaught ear, the jarring words of one whose rhyme beat often labor's hurried time, or duty's rugged march through storm and strife, are here. Of mystic beauty, dreamy grace, no rounded art the lack supplies, unskilled the subtle lines to trace, or softer shades of nature's face. I view her common forms with unanointed eyes. Nor mine the seer-like power to show the secrets of the heart and mind, to drop the plummet line below our common world of joy and woe, a more intense despair or brighter hope to find. The fine artistic taste of Longfellow Whittier lacked, as he lacked the culture of broad reading and of travel. But he possessed the genuine love of nature and humanity. He had the virility of a strong character, free from all artificiality, the ardor of the truest patriotism, and at the outset of his career the inestimable advantage of consecration to an uplifting cause. The student will read, of course, the more noted of the anti-slavery poems, including those mentioned in the preceding paragraphs. The Shoemakers and the Huskers will serve as good examples of the songs of labor. The group of personal poems contains Ichabod and the Lost Occasion, the two impressive compositions based upon the career of Daniel Webster, and also noteworthy tributes to his friends and associates, Garrison and Sumner. Here, likewise, are interesting verses inscribed to fellow poets: Bryant, Halleck, Bayard Taylor, Longfellow, the poet and the children, Lowell, and Holmes. Most happy of all, the poem entitled Burns. Among the narratives and legendary poems are some of the most familiar of Whittier's compositions: The Vaudois Teacher, Barclay of Uri, one of several which deal with Quaker themes. The Angels of Buena Vista, Maud Muller, Skipper Ireson's Ride, Telling the Bees, My Playmate, and Among the Hills. The poems of nature deserve some study in detail, and should be compared with those of Longfellow and Bryant. Here we find descriptive passages of simple yet compelling beauty. Such is this stanza from Sunset on the Bear Camp. Touched by a light that hath no name, a glory never sung, aloft on sky and mountain wall are God's great pictures hung. How changed the summits vast and old, no longer granite browed, they melt in rosy mist, the rock is softer than the cloud, the valley holds its breath, no leaf of all its elms is twirled, the silence of eternity seems falling on the world. The following afford good illustrations of the poet's descriptive power: April, summer by the lakeside, the last walk in autumn, the river path, and the trailing arbutus. It will be quickly noted that Whittier is always the subjective, the reflective poet, that, like Bryant, he reads a lesson in the scene. Thus, when wandering in the dusk of twilight along the river path, he comes upon a sudden opening in the hills, through whose green gates streams the long, slant splendor of the setting sun, bridging the shaded stream with gold. He thinks of the river of death, the river dark, and prays: So let the hills of doubt divide, so bridge with faith the sunless tide. And when, under dead boughs, amid dry leaves and moss, he finds the perfumed arbutus, he says: As, pausing o'er the lonely flower I bent, I thought of lives thus lowly clogged and pent, which yet find room, through care and cumber, coldness and decay, to lend a sweetness to the ungenial day, and make the sad earth happier for their bloom. Of the religious poems, one stands forth preeminent. No other American poem has ever touched with its message of trustfulness the hearts of devout Christians more universally than The Eternal Goodness. I know not where His islands lift their fronded palms in air, I only know I cannot drift beyond His love and care. The poem Our Master is also full of the deep religious feeling so characteristic of the Quaker poet, and from its stanzas have been arranged five of Whittier's best known hymns. Special attention should be given to a few of the poems classified as subjective and reminiscent. Here we find The Barefoot Boy, In School Days, and Memories, poems which, besides affording intimate glimpses of the poet's child life, are to be recognized as among his best compositions. To these must finally be added Snowbound, most intimately personal of all his works, and yet artistically his masterpiece. The more this little classic is read, the more its reader is impressed with its simple strength and beauty. The apt phrasing, the vivid portraiture, the happy touch of local coloring, the easy movement of its simple measures, its idyllic atmosphere of domestic affection, of serene and untroubled faith, these are the qualities which give the poem its place with the best in our literature. The complete works of Whittier are published in 7 volumes by Houghton Mifflin Company, also the Cambridge edition of the poems, in 1 volume. Snowbound and The Tent on the Beach, together with other poems, are published in 2 numbers of the Riverside Literature Series. The Life and Letters of John G. Whittier, 2 volumes, by Samuel T. Pickard, is the standard biography. The best brief biography is the Whittier in the American Men of Letters series by G. R. Carpenter. The little book, Whittier, Notes of His Life and of His Friendships, by Mrs. Annie Fields, is a charming study of the man. Whittierland, by S. T. Pickard, is also valuable. In criticism, consult Stedman's Poets of America, Vincent's American Literary Masters, and the Histories of American Literature, by Richardson and Trent. John Greenleaf Whittier, by Bliss Perry, a brief study of the poet, and Whittier for Today, by the same writer, in the Atlantic Monthly for December 1907 are appreciative memorials of the 100th anniversary of the poet's birth. End of Part 2 of Chapter 5. Part 3 of Chapter 5 of A Student's History of American Literature by William Simons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Perard. Chapter 5, Part 3. James Russell Lowell, 1819 to 1891. James Russell Lowell, the youngest of the New England group and the most versatile, was born in Cambridge, February 22, 1819. His American ancestry dated from colonial times, and, like Emerson's, was throughout representative of the academic class. His father, grandfather, and great-grandfather were graduates of Harvard College. It was Lowell's grandfather who, in 1780, introduced into the Bill of Rights of the state the clause abolishing slavery in Massachusetts. An uncle was the founder of the Lowell Institute in Boston. The poet's father was pastor of the West Church in that city. Mrs. Lowell, a woman of intensely imaginative mind, a lover of poetry and music, was of Scotch parentage, her father having been a native of the Orkney Islands. The home of the Lowells, appropriately known as Elmwood, was situated not far beyond the Craigie House, somewhat off the main avenue of travel, a large mansion, surrounded by trees, a bowery loneliness which drew the bluebirds, orioles, and robins. Beyond, the meadows, a stretch of marsh, and the Charles River, a stripe of nether sky, now hid by rounded apple trees between, whose gaps the misplaced sail sweeps, bellying by, now flickering golden through a woodland screen. "Ah, this is a pleasant place. I wonder who lives here. What little boy?" his father said one day to James as they returned from a drive and passed through the gate of Elmwood. Within the house were books, Reverend Mr. Lowell's well selected library, among which the boy browsed knowingly. As a child he was read to sleep from The Faerie Queene, and rehearsed its adventurous episodes to his playmates. After the first study days had been passed in attendance at a classical school in Cambridge, where Latin and Greek were the principal branches taught, young Lowell entered Harvard College in 1834, 2 years before Longfellow took up the duties of his professorship. Here Lowell found further opportunity for wide and varied reading. In his own words, he read "almost everything except the textbooks prescribed by the faculty." After several whimsical breaches of academic discipline, Lowell, near the close of the senior year, was "rusticated," being required to make his residence in Concord, there to remain until commencement day. His father and mother were at the time absent in Europe. The young man had already been elected class poet, and during his enforced stay in the pleasant village where Emerson had recently settled, the student poet worked upon his production. With Emerson, who was then 35, Lowell now made personal acquaintance, walking and talking with him. One of the events of his college course had been the delivery of the famous Phi Beta Kappa address by Emerson at the preceding commencement, in 1837, which had profoundly impressed the minds of the young men who heard it. Still, this independent youth, who always persisted in thinking for himself, was at this time by no means a docile disciple. In his class poem he satirized the Transcendentalists along with the Abolitionists, although before many months elapsed he allied himself strenuously with both. The poem, which he was unable to present in person on Class Day, was privately printed and distributed among his friends. "The year Lowell graduated," says Edward Everett Hale, "we were as sure as we are now that in him was first rate poetical genius, and that here was to be one of the leaders of the literature of the time." In his choice of a profession Lowell selected the law, and in 1840 was admitted to the bar. Lowell's verse received its first potent impulse in his love for Maria White, the sister of one of his classmates, a girl of remarkable beauty and rare mental gifts, herself a poet by nature, and an enthusiast in various humanitarian reforms. Their engagement began in 1840. Before the 12th month ended, Lowell published his first volume, a collection of poems with the title A Year's Life. During the next 3 years he wrote busily, finding a ready market for his poems and sketches in leading periodicals like the Boston Miscellany, the Dial, the United States Magazine, and Graham's, then edited by Poe. Between Poe and Lowell there was at this time an interesting correspondence, Poe referring to Lowell's work in terms most appreciative. Meanwhile the young lawyer had not found the legal profession much to his taste, and after 3 years waiting for the first client, of whom he wrote humorously, Lowell abandoned law and elected literature. In January 1843 he started a magazine of his own. The new magazine was an ambitious enterprise. The first number contained contributions by Lowell, Poe, Hawthorne, and Elizabeth Barrett, afterward Mrs. Browning. Had it not been for a serious difficulty with his eyes, which compelled him to go to New York for treatment, Lowell's first editorial experience might have been longer. As it was, the venture came to an untimely close. With its third issue the Pioneer expired, and its editor was left $1,800 in debt. At the end of the year Lowell published a volume of poems, which included 2 or 3 of marked excellence, The Shepherd of King Admetus, An Incident in a Railway Car, and Rhecus being among the number. In December 1844 Lowell was married. For a few months thereafter he was employed in Philadelphia as an editorial writer on the Pennsylvania Freeman, the paper edited by Whittier a few years earlier. In the spring of 1845 the Lowells returned to Cambridge. Passing through New York, Lowell stopped to call upon Poe, but the visit proved one of embarrassment. He found Poe, as recorded by Mrs. Clemm, not quite himself. Life at Elmwood was now delightfully idyllic, despite the limitations of a small and somewhat uncertain income. Longfellow, although 12 years the senior, was already a congenial friend, and the social circle of the college community was enlarged through the easy nearness of Boston. The poet himself was fairly embarked on his career as a man of letters, and his reputation as a writer was firmly established. At the close of 1844 Lowell published a volume of essays entitled Conversations on Some of the Old Poets. This volume and also the poems of the previous year were republished in London. The ardor of Lowell in the political movement of these pregnant years must not be overlooked, for it is vitally connected with an important phase of his literary work. The interest of his wife in some of the reform enterprises so numerous in the early forties had enlisted the interest of the poet in these same reforms. But definite inspiration came with the development of his own democratic instincts and his own humanitarian sympathies. In 1843 he became an abolitionist and an ardent supporter of that movement which had won Whittier as its champion 10 years before. In 1843 Lowell wrote and published the Stanzas on Freedom and the sonnet Wendell Phillips. The present crisis, that superb climax of lyric eloquence, came in 1845. For 20 years the solemn monitory music of this poem never ceased to re echo in public halls. Its thrilling lines served as texts for the leading orators of the North. Phillips and Sumner quoted its stanzas in their impassioned addresses. Its resonant call to action was voiced with a prophetic note of authority. New occasions teach new duties. Time makes ancient good uncouth. They must upward still, and onward, who would keep abreast of truth. Lo, before us gleam her campfires. We ourselves must pilgrims be, launch our Mayflower, and steer boldly through the desperate winter sea, nor attempt the future's portal with the past's blood-rusted key. Henceforth, throughout that epoch of stormy debate, the young Cambridge poet stood side by side with Whittier, one of the two great champions of the cause in verse. In 1846 Lowell's genius was revealed in a new and thoroughly original vein. The Boston Courier began the publication of a series of poems in genuine Yankee dialect, purporting to be the work of one Hosea Biglow. These compositions were accompanied by introductory letters, commenting on the work in hand, and by editorial notes signed H. W., these initials standing for the Rev. Homer Wilbur, A.M., pastor of the First Church in Jaalam and critical sponsor for his young parishioner, Hosea. The Biglow Papers, as they were called when the series was collected and published in 1848, present in crisp and pungent satire the widely felt opposition of the North to the war with Mexico. Lowell himself was moved by the conviction that the real purpose of the war was to expand slave territory, and thus voiced the protest of New England against this design. The work is filled with epigram and sarcasm, which of course were most effective at the time which gave them their application. It is difficult for us now to appreciate how effective these shafts of Lowell's exuberant wit really were, but they are yet recognized as the keenest examples of political satire in our own literature, and among the best ever written. In the same year which brought the publication of the Biglow Papers (1848), another humorous poem of some length and of equal pungency appeared. This was The Fable for Critics, a witty review of contemporary American literature. It was in the strict sense an appreciation of the writers of the time, in which compliment is tempered with shrewd hits at their failings, a piece of good natured fun which it is impossible to read without a sense of the critical insight of its author. For example: "There comes Emerson first, whose rich words, every one, Are like gold sails in temples to hang trophies on; Whose prose is grand verse, while his verse, the Lord knows, Is some of it no, 't's not even prose." And so on with the rest of the choir, including Lowell himself. The fable was written rapidly and without thought of publication. As the various parts were completed, they were sent to a friend in New York. Eventually they were gathered and printed, as Dr. Holmes said, capped with a percussion preface, and cocked with the title page as apropos as a wink to a joke. In sharp contrast to the two works just described is The Vision of Sir Longfellow, composed and published in the same notable year, 1848. This, the most popular and one of the most brilliant of the poet's compositions, is a bold excursion into the twilight land of Arthurian romance, which Tennyson was to make his own. The exquisite preludes to the two parts of rather slender narrative reveal Lowell's power of lyric description at its best. And what is so rare as a day in June," introduces the familiar passage which everybody recognizes as the supreme tribute of poetry to the season of perfect days, and distinguishes the singer as the poet of the month. Oftener than we are apt to remember, these years of Lowell's early manhood were invaded by sorrow. In 1847 the parents lost their little daughter Blanche, scarce a twelvemonth old. 3 years later Rose, their third child, died in infancy. The intimate expression of the poet's grief is given in the affecting lyrics "She came and went," "The Changeling," and "The First Snowfall." In 1850 occurred the death of the poet's mother, from whom he had inherited the mystical tendency so clearly felt in his serious work. Her intensely imaginative mind had become disordered, and for several years she had been an inmate of an asylum. The cloud had rested heavily over the household, but bitterness was still in store. In 1852, while enjoying their first trip abroad, the Lowells were again bereaved in the death of Walter, their little son, as they were spending the winter in Rome. Meanwhile Mrs. Lowell's health was declining, and soon after the return home, in 1853, the poet buried the wife of his youth. His weight of sorrow is felt in Palinode, after the burial, and the Dead House. "Something broke my life in two," he said later, "and I cannot piece it together again." In the winter of 1854 1855 Lowell gave a course of lectures on poetry at the Lowell Institute, a course which established the poet's place as an authority and critic of high rank. At the same time he was appointed to be Longfellow's successor in the professorship at Harvard. A year was spent in Europe preparatory to entering upon his duties at the college. In 1857, coincidentally with the founding of the Atlantic Monthly, Mr. Lowell became editor in chief of that most notable of American magazines. This was also the year of his marriage to his second wife, Miss Frances Dunlap, of Portland, Maine. 4 years later Lowell resigned the editorial chair, but in 1864 became an associate editor with his friend Charles Eliot Norton of the North American Review, a position which he retained 10 years. To these two periodicals Lowell contributed most of his essays on literary and nature subjects, including those which appeared in the volumes Among My Books (two series, 1870 and 1876), and My Study Windows (1871), Fireside Travels, a volume of reminiscent sketches, among which is the delightfully humorous Cambridge 30 Years Ago, appeared in 1864. During the years of conflict Lowell was again moved to wield the pen of satire. The second series of the Biglow Papers appeared in the Atlantic Monthly, beginning in 1862. They were published collectively in 1867. While not so brilliant as the first series, there were nevertheless some notable examples of Yankee humor and patriotic feeling in this group. In The Courtin' and Somethin' in the Pastoral Line, the poet exercises the homely dialect upon themes remote from those of war. The farm boy's description of springtime in New England is worthy to stand with that famous picture of June in the Vision of Sir Launfal: "Fust come the blackbirds clatterin' in tall trees, as settlin' things in windy congresses. Then saffron swarms swing off from all the willers, so plump they look like yaller caterpillars. Then gray hoshes nuts leetle hands unfold, softer'n a baby's be at 3 days old. That's Robin Redbreast's almanac. He knows that arter this there's only blossom snows." 'Nuff said. June's bridesman, poet o' the year, Gladness on wings, the bobolink is here. Half hid in tip top apple blooms he swings, Or climbs against the breeze with quiverin' wings. or given way to in a mock despair, runs down, a brook o' laughter, through the air. Fully in accord with the solemn and ominous spirit of the time are The Washers of the Shroud, written in 1861, On Board the 76, written for the 70th birthday of the poet Bryant in 1864, and The Ode recited at the Harvard Commemoration, July 21, 1865. This last, one of Lowell's best compositions, was written at white heat in 2 days' time, after the poet had despaired of accomplishing anything worthy of the occasion. Then, says he, something gave me a jog, and the whole thing came out of me with a rush. Although not without technical defects, this sonorous ode, which glows with the patriotic fire so characteristic of its author, has come to have a recognized place among the choicest compositions of American verse. The tribute to Lincoln in the poem is perhaps the best ever paid to the memory of the martyred President. Here was a type of the true elder race, and one of Plutarch's men talked with us face to face. Other poems, the accumulated compositions of these years, were included in a new edition of his poems, published in 1869. A volume entitled Under the Willows appeared in the same year, and also The Cathedral, the most important of Lowell's subjective poems. When, in 1874, Louis Agassiz, the great scientist and teacher, died, the event drew from Lowell, who was then in Europe, another masterpiece, the poem Agassiz. After the poet's return, two historic anniversaries were the inspiration of two more notable odes, that read at the 100th anniversary of the fight at Concord Bridge, and Under the Old Elm, on the centenary of Washington's taking command of the American army. An ode for the 4th of July, 1876, completed the group published under the title Three Memorial Poems in 1876. These three compositions confirmed their author's fame as the foremost of our patriotic poets. Lowell's later compositions were collected in the volume Heartsease and Rue, 1888. Like Irving, Mr. Lowell was called upon to serve his country in the responsible and delicate position of a representative at foreign courts. In 1877 he was appointed minister to Spain under President Hayes. He was received in Madrid as a worthy successor of the author of Knickerbocker and of Columbus. But Lowell found no time for literary work while there. The duties of his position, though trying, he discharged with success, and in 1880 was transferred to the English court of St. James. Here, in the most important of all our diplomatic offices, Lowell was brilliantly successful. It is said that he became one of the most popular men in England. The notable writers of the time were all his friends. On all public occasions he was a welcome guest, and an indispensable participant on occasions of any literary significance. He delivered addresses at the unveiling of busts of Fielding and Coleridge, and was, naturally, the principal speaker when the bust of Longfellow was placed in Westminster Abbey. In these occasional speeches Lowell was inevitably happy, never more successful than in his famous address on Democracy, delivered in 1884, on assuming the presidency of the Birmingham and Midland Institute. This speech, now classic, was a clear and thoughtful exposition of the American idea, a striking interpretation to an English audience of our political system. If the charm of Lowell's personality won the hearts of Englishmen, the tact and firmness with which he conducted the affairs of his office commanded their respect. Lowell never forgot that he was an American, and no one was ever more loyal to the ideals of his country, nor has any of our official representatives done more to cement the friendship between the two countries. After 5 years' residence as minister in London, and 7 years since his departure for Madrid, Lowell returned to America in 1885. He was again alone. His wife had died in England shortly before his return. The remaining years were tinged with the melancholy that comes with the breaking up of old associations and the loss of old friends. His health was not robust, yet he was not inactive. He delivered a number of public addresses, including a course of Lowell Institute lectures in 1887, again upon his favorite subject, Old English dramatists. His volume of poems, Heartsease in Rue, was published in 1888, together with a volume of political essays. In 1889 he delivered in New York an address upon our literature, and wrote an introduction for a new edition of Isaac Walton's Complete Angler. The summers of 1886, 1887, 1888, and 1889 he passed in England, making his place of sojourn regularly in the ancient town of Whitby, which had been a favorite resort during his official term. His final task was the revision of his works. The poet's home was again at Elmwood, and here the shadow fell upon him. He died August 12, 1891. Lowell might, perhaps, have had a higher place among the poets had he been more careful in his art. His composition is often marred by haste. He gave little time to revision, and even the more important poems were put forth rapidly. But the poet was a master of language and of rhythm. In the literary training which helps to artistic expression, Lowell had the advantage over his contemporaries, except Poe and Longfellow. The quality which, in these two poets, had appealed so universally to readers abroad as well as at home, is apparently lacking in Lowell, but we feel that there is a masculine strength in his verse which we do not find in Longfellow, and a sincerity of utterance that does not appear in Poe. A survey of Lowell's work in literature reveals the versatility of his genius, as well as the general excellence of his achievement. Not only is he the only American writer who has won high distinction in both prose and verse, except Poe, but in both verse and prose he has touched so many keys with such precision and such power that he must be regarded as distinctly the most gifted among American men of letters. He is the only notable critic who has appeared on this side of the Atlantic. His literary essays may even outlive his verse. Through his well known essay on Dante, his name is permanently associated with the critical study of the Italian poet. In the rôle of Hosea Biglow, Lowell appears as the strongest of American humorists. Number 1 of the Biglow Papers should be read with its epistolary introduction to understand the dramatic machinery of the satire. Number 3 and Number 6 are good examples of Hosea's utterances. Of the second series, The Courtin' and Somethin' in the Pastoral Line should be read not only as illustrating the poet's best achievement in the use of Yankee dialect, but also as remarkable presentations of the sentimental phases of rural New England life. Lowell's wit is exhibited most brilliantly in The Fable for Critics. To appreciate this, and also something of his keen critical insight, read the passages portraying Emerson, Bryant, Whittier, Cooper, Poe, Holmes, and Lowell himself. The solemn strength of Lowell's patriotism is felt especially in The Present Crisis and the Commemoration Ode. Along with the portraiture of Lincoln in this ode should be read the fifth, sixth, and seventh strophes of Under the Old Elm, for that other masterly description of Washington. As a nature poet, Lowell may be seen at his best in An Indian Summer Reverie, To a Dandelion, the preludes in The Vision of Sir Launfal, Under the Willows, and Pictures from Appledore. Lowell was much freer than Longfellow in the lyrical expression of his own joys and griefs. The love poems of his earliest volume tell the story of his own romance, as Palinode The Wind Harp, After the Burial, and The Dead House are the poignant memorials of his great bereavement. These poems are remarkable for the intensity and frankness of their expression. Wonderfully pathetic are the three poems on the death of the child: The Changeling, She Came and Went, and The First Snowfall. On board the 76, in honor of Bryant, to H.W.L., to Whittier on his 75th birthday, and to Holmes on his 75th birthday, are occasional poems which have a strong personal interest. Of the miscellaneous poems, select the sonnet to the spirit of Keats, The Shepherd of King Admetus, Columbus, The Vision of Sir Longfellow, The Singing Leaves, and Turner's Old Téméraire. In Lowell's prose writings, the student should read selections, at least, from Cambridge 30 Years Ago, My Garden Acquaintance, and Democracy. Of the literary essays, that upon Chaucer is particularly attractive. The complete works of Lowell are published by Houghton Mifflin Company. The Cambridge edition contains the poems in a single volume. The Letters of Lowell, edited by Charles Eliot Norton, should not be overlooked. They have a distinguished place in our literature. Among biographies, that by Horace E. Suter is standard. The most recent life of Lowell, especially suggestive in the critical study of his work and place in literature, is that by Ferris Greenslet (1905). James Russell Lowe and His Friends, by Edward Everett Hale, is a volume rich in reminiscence of the poet and his generation. T.W. Higginson in Cheerful Yesterdays, W.D. Howells in Literary Friends and Acquaintance, and J.T. Trowbridge in My Own Story have written of Lowell. There are many noteworthy essays on the poet, of which we may mention especially those by Barrett Wendell, G.W. Curtis, Henry James, G.E. Woodberry, and H.W. Mabie. Stedman, Trent, Richardson, and Wendell are authoritative references in criticism. End of Part 3 of Chapter 5. Part 4 of Chapter 5 of A Student's History of American Literature by William Simons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Perard. Chapter 5, Part 4. Oliver Wendell Holmes, 1809 to 1894. Although nearly 10 years the senior of Lowell, Oliver Wendell Holmes survived his younger contemporary 3 years, and after Whittier's death in 1892 became the last member of that distinguished group which gave New England her preeminence in 19th century literature. A genial humorist in verse and prose, a gracious and happy poet of occasions, a shrewd observer of the significant commonplaces of experience, and a master in the art of easy discourse upon things in general, Dr. Holmes fairly holds his position in American letters, an original and conspicuous figure, while, perhaps, less highly gifted than any of these poets with whom he is so intimately associated. Like Emerson and Lowell, Holmes was a typical representative of what he himself termed the Brahmin caste of New England. His father, a descendant of one of the early settlers of Connecticut, was Rev. Abiel Holmes, for 40 years a minister in Cambridge, and an author of some note. The poet's mother, Sarah Wendell Holmes, whom he closely resembled in slightness of figure and vivacity of spirits, was a lineal descendant of Governor Bradstreet and his wife, Anne, best remembered for her poetical gifts, and celebrated in her generation as the 10th Muse. His great grandmother was the Dorothy Quincy whose portrait is so charmingly presented in the poem Dorothy Q. Wendell Phillips was his cousin. The poet was born at Cambridge, August 29, 1809, in a picturesque gambrel roofed house on the edge of the Harvard campus. His earliest literary explorations were, like those of Lowell, associated with his father's study, where, as he says, he bumped about among books from the time when he was hardly taller than one of his father's folios. When 10 years old, Wendell was placed in the school where Richard Henry Dana, Jr., and Margaret Fuller were also pupils. 5 years later, as it was in the mind of Rev. Abiel Holmes that his son should become a minister, the boy was sent to Andover to take his preparatory course in Phillips Academy, under the sober influences which dominated that orthodox. Holmes remained but a year at the Academy, however, and returned to Cambridge to enter Harvard College in 1825, becoming a member of the famous class of 1829, for whose successive anniversaries some of his most notable poems were composed. After graduation, Holmes decided upon the legal profession, and entered the Harvard Law School. It was at this period that he published his earliest verse. The first of his poems to attract attention was Old Ironsides (1830). This spirited lyric was inspired by the announcement that the frigate Constitution, then lying in the Navy Yard at Charlestown, was to be dismantled and broken up. Hastily writing the ringing lines which so effectively stirred the patriotic feelings of the nation, the young law student sent his verses to the editor of the Boston Advertiser, from whose columns they were immediately copied far and wide. The astonished Secretary of the Navy recalled his order. The tattered ensign, figuratively speaking, was not torn down. A year after Old Ironsides, Holmes wrote The Last Leaf, one of his finest poems, which with its exquisite blending of humor and pathos, still remains our choicest example of what is technically called society verse. Nearly all the other poetry of this period is broadly humorous, and includes The Ballad of the Oyster Man, The Height of the Ridiculous, My Aunt, and The Comet. In 1831, also, he wrote for the New England Magazine two papers entitled The Autocrat at the Breakfast Table, forerunners of the admirable series resumed 26 years later in the Atlantic Monthly. Thus, at 23, Oliver Wendell Holmes had already entered the fields of literary effort in which he was to win such happy success, and had duly registered his claim. In 1832, Holmes turned from law to medicine, and the next year went abroad to study his profession. He remained in Europe, for the most part in Paris, between 2 and 3 years, but received his degree from the Harvard Medical School in 1836. At the same commencement he read before the Phi Beta Kappa Society the poem entitled Poetry, a metrical essay. Dr. Holmes began the practice of medicine in Boston, but was called in 1839 to the professorship of anatomy in Dartmouth College. Resigning this position after a year's service, he returned to Boston in 1840, the year of his marriage to Miss Amelia Jackson. In 1847 he was appointed professor of anatomy and physiology at Harvard, a position which he filled actively for 35 years, a conscientious and successful instructor, characteristically enlivening his classroom with the brightness of his own high spirits. He wrote frequently upon professional topics and produced some noted medical essays. 2 volumes of poems had appeared previous to 1850, but with the exception of the compositions already mentioned, nothing of especial distinction had been published. In 1857, however, the Atlantic Monthly began its brilliant course, and Dr. Holmes became forthwith a conspicuous figure in the literary life of America. It was, indeed, upon condition that Holmes should be engaged as the first contributor that Lowell accepted the editorship of the new magazine, and accordingly the first number of the Atlantic, a name happily chosen by Dr. Holmes himself, contained the first installment of that work which is most closely associated with its author's literary fame, The New Autocrat of the Breakfast Table. Dr. Holmes was 48 years old when the sparkling pages of the Autocrat began to appear. Beginning whimsically with the sentence, "I was just going to say, when I was interrupted," the speaker resumed the thread of genial comment which had been dropped a quarter of a century before. The scene of colloquy is at the breakfast table in a typical Boston boarding house. The "characters" who comprise the company are lightly sketched: the landlady's sentimental daughter who is wont to receive the statements of the speaker with a rising "Yes?" The ingenuous youth, B.F., the divinity student, the professor, the old gentleman who sits opposite, the little schoolmistress, and the autocrat himself, who presides so wisely and talks to such excellent effect. There is, too, a tiny romance, as a relish, but the charm of the volume is in the conversation, which is simple and familiar, never commonplace. Shrewd observations, witty comment, happily turned epigrams, pithy phrases, bits of wisdom, passages of fantastic humor, blend inimitably. Sometimes it is in an odd comparison that provokes a smile, as when the difficulty of "winding up" a poem suggests the analogy to a diffident caller who finds it hard to get out of a room after the visit is really over. They want to be off, and you want to have them off, but they don't know how to manage it. One would think they had been built in your parlor or study, and were waiting to be launched. Or this: "Writing or printing is like shooting with a rifle. You may hit your reader's mind or miss it, but talking is like playing at a mark with the pipe of an engine. If it is within reach, and you have time enough, you can't help hitting it." Here, too, Holmes introduced some of his best known verse: "Contentment," "Parson Turl's Legacy," and the never to be forgotten narrative of "The Deacon's Masterpiece," or the wonderful "One Hoss Shay," are among the humorous poems presented in the Autocrat. It is not always understood that this last mentioned classic is something of an allegory. The famous vehicle of ancient pattern which went to pieces all at once. "1st of November, '55. All at once, and nothing first, just as bubbles do when they burst," really typifies, in the narrator's mind, the old Calvinistic theology against which he tilts in many a breezy phrase. It was David Holmes, the poet's grandfather, a captain in the French and Indian wars, who built the one house shay. In the pages of this same volume also we find the poet's choicest lyrics: "The Voiceless," "The Living Temple," and "The Chambered Nautilus." The success of the Autocrat was so great that a new series of essays under the title "The Professor at the Breakfast Table" was given to the Atlantic in 1858 1859, and published in book form in 1860. "The Poet at the Breakfast Table" was completed in 1872. A volume of miscellaneous papers, contributions to the magazines, appeared in 1863 with the title "Soundings from the Atlantic." With other papers it included the interesting narrative "My Hunt after the Captain," the author's account of his experiences during the search for his son, who had been seriously wounded in one of the great battles of the war. In 1861 Dr. Holmes made his first experiment in fiction with a romantic novel, "Elsie Venner," which was followed by a second in similar vein, "The Guardian Angel," in 1867. Nearly 20 years afterward he wrote a third novel, "A Moral Antipathy," which was published in 1885. Of these the first two are the best. They are cleverly written and abound in the qualities so characteristic of the Autocrat, but they are the physiological studies of a physician rather than the narratives of an ordinary novelist. Both deal with the subject of prenatal influence, and the relation of inherited tendencies to the conduct of individuals and their moral responsibility. Dr. Holmes was the author of two notable biographies, a life of the historian Motley (1878) and a delightful memoir of Emerson (1884), whose philosophy had had a commanding influence in the intellectual development of Holmes himself. The life of Oliver Wendell Holmes was as placid and unclouded as the current of his own vivacious humor. His pleasant home was for many years in what was then the aristocratic residence district of Boston, on Beacon Street, overlooking the Common and almost in the shadow of the historic State House, which the autocrat declares to be, in the minds of all true Bostonians, the hub of the solar system. At the monthly dinners of the Saturday Club, Holmes was the liveliest of that brilliant company. Indeed, the club was his especial pride. Sadly, he wrote to Lowell in 1883: "I go to the Saturday Club quite regularly, but the company is more of ghosts than of flesh and blood for me. I carry a stranger there now and then, introduce him to the members who happen to be there, and then say, 'There at that end used to sit Agassiz; here at this end Longfellow. Emerson used to be there, and Lowell often next to him. On such an occasion Hawthorne was with us; at another time Motley and Sumner, and smaller constellations, nebulae, if you will, but luminous more or less in the provincial firmament.'" His poem, At the Saturday Club (1884), is a noble tribute to this galaxy of friends. There are few events in the poet's later life that call for record. In 1879 a complimentary breakfast in honor of the autocrat's 70th birthday was given him by the publishers of the Atlantic Monthly. Together with his daughter, he visited Europe in the summer of 1886, just 50 years after his student days in Paris. The major part of this later visit was in England, where he was heartily welcomed and royally entertained. Honorary degrees were conferred upon him by the universities of Cambridge, Edinburgh, and Oxford. At Oxford, the ceremonial dignity of the occasion was unexpectedly enlivened by the inquiry of a vociferous undergraduate in the gallery, "Did he come in the one hoss shay?" At which, says Dr. Holmes, there was a hearty laugh, joined in as heartily by myself. The volume Our Hundred Days in Europe (1887) contains the interesting record of these experiences, and is as characteristic of the author in its modesty as in its lively humor. The reappearance of the essayist in 1890 with a new volume, appropriately entitled Over the Teacups, was hailed with delight by the readers who had sat with the autocrat at breakfast a generation before. The writer was 81 years old, but the old time shrewdness of expression, the homely directness of speech, and the mirthful spirit, always tempered by charity and good will, had not been blunted by age. It is the dictator, now, who presides at the table. There is an appreciative tinkling of the teaspoons, as he discourses after the manner of past days. Who but Oliver Wendell Holmes would have linked the Salem witches to these new fangled cars, and sent them scudding from end to end at Essex County over the interurban tracks? The Broomstick Train belongs with his best humorous poems. It is inevitable that Dr. Holmes should live in the memory of readers as the autocrat, yet it was as a poet that he was ambitious of recognition. His best humorous narratives, The Deacon's Masterpieces, Parson Turrell's Legacy, How the Old Horse Won the Bet, and The Broomstick Train, are classics of their kind. As the poet of occasions, notably in the annual gatherings of his college class, Holmes is without a peer. In The Boys (1859) and Bill and Joe (1868) we have the class poet at his best. His patriotic verse is not to be forgotten. The note struck in the thrilling lines of Old Ironsides is heard in the wartime poems, Union and Liberty (1861) and Voyage of the Good Ship Union (1862), and again in Grandmother's Story of Bunker Hill Battle (1875). The strong religious feeling of the poet finds expression in a number of hymns, which have a cherished place in the hearts of believers. The Hymn of Trust, a Sunday hymn, Lord of all being, throned afar, and the Parting Hymn, Father of mercies, heavenly friend, are the most familiar. But, after all, there are comparatively few of Holmes' serious compositions that reach the high standards of imaginative poetry, and of these it is the Chambered Nautilus which holds the favored place among the best known and best loved American poems. The later volumes of his verse were published as follows: Songs in Many Keys (1861), Humorous Poems (1865), Songs of Many Seasons (1874), The Iron Gate (1880), and Before the Curfew (1888). And if I should live to be the last leaf upon the tree in the spring, Holmes had written at 22 or 23. Neither Whittier nor Longfellow had been heard from then. Poe's early poems and Bryant's, of course, were being read. Lowell had not entered college. The author of The Last Leaf saw the flight of all. He paid his tribute of respect to the patriarch of American poets on Bryant's 70th birthday (1864), and 13 years later wrote in happy phrase his greeting for Whittier's 70th birthday. The Iron Gate marked his own arrival at the milepost of 10. It was for the autocrat to pay loving tribute to the memory of Longfellow and of Emerson in well known passages of At the Saturday Club (1884), and then, in 1891, to lament the death of Lowell in the most tender of all these personal poems: Thou shouldst have sung the swan song for the choir that filled our groves with music till the day lit the last hilltop with its reddening fire, and evening listened for thy lingering lay. In the year following, Whittier died, and of him the surviving poet sang: Best loved and saintliest of our singing train, Earth's noblest tributes to thy name belong, a lifelong record closed without a stain, a blameless memory shrined in deathless song. Finally, 2 years later, October 7, 1894, Holmes, too, passed away, last of the choir that filled our groves with music, in that long golden age of our national literature. It will not be necessary to specify regarding the selection of material for reading in either the verse or prose of Holmes. The complete works are published in 14 volumes by Houghton Mifflin Company. The Cambridge edition of the poems is in 1 volume. The Life and Letters of Oliver Wendell Holmes, 2 volumes, by John T. Morse, Jr., is the standard biography. Mrs. Annie Fields, in Authors and Friends, T.W. Higginson in Old Cambridge, and J.T. Trowbridge in My Own Story (1904), have written of the autocrat. The usual authorities on American literature may be read in general criticism. End of Part 4 of Chapter 5. Part 1 of Chapter 6 of A Student's History of American Literature by William Simons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Perard. Chapter 6: The General Literary Development of the United States. Part 1: The Historians. Preface. The period in our literary history which produced our most distinguished writers in prose and verse has not yet been fully described. Contemporary with these, the popular classics of our literature, there were many authors of lesser rank, whose names belong in the record of our literary development. Some of these may be designated as the minor essayists, novelists, and poets of their generation, while some are our foremost representatives in other fields of literary effort, as yet not touched upon. Part I. The Historians. First in this enumeration of historical writers who constitute an important group among the authors of the century. The most brilliant of the number were Prescott, Motley, and Parkman. These three men were thoroughly representative of the traditional New England aristocracy of culture. They were all residents of Boston and graduates of Harvard College. A peculiar coincidence is found in the fact that both Prescott and Parkman suffered from the affliction of partial blindness, and that it was only in spite of extraordinary difficulty, by the exercise of consummate patience, that each was successful in his achievement. William Hickling Prescott was born in Salem, but his parents removed to Boston when the boy was 12 years of age, and placed their son in Harvard College as a sophomore in 1811. It was in his junior year that the accident occurred which caused his loss of vision. A crust of bread thrown in the dining hall by a fellow student struck his eyeball, and the sight of the left eye was destroyed. Intervals of complete blindness fell upon him, and the fear of losing his sight altogether never left him. Prescott's literary career was the result of a youthful ambition. "I had early conceived," he says, "a passion for historical writing, to which, perhaps, the reading of Gibbon's autobiography contributed not a little. I proposed to make myself an historian in the best sense of the word." It was, however, after long deliberation that he settled upon a romantic period in Spanish history as his theme. Happily, Prescott's means were ample. The physical difficulties in his situation could hardly have been overcome otherwise. The story of this effort is heroical enough. When oculists assured him that the sight of the remaining eye would be impaired if not destroyed by literary labor, he refused to retreat. Calmly he determined that even should sight fail while hearing remained, his literary ambition should be realized. Dictation he found impossible. He invented a mechanical device for guiding his pencil over the paper, and employed readers to copy the manuscript he wished to consult. There were long interruptions in the work. We read in his journal entries like these: "The last fortnight I have not read or written, in all, 5 minutes. If I could only have some use of my eyes. I use my eyes 10 minutes at a time, for an hour a day, so I snail it along." For 10 years Prescott labored over his first volume, The History of Ferdinand and Isabella, conscientiously examining all accessible sources. The work, which was published in 1837, met with immediate success in this country and abroad. It was at once translated into 5 European languages, and its author was welcomed to the fellowship of the distinguished historians in England, Germany, and France. The conquest of Mexico followed in 1843, the conquest of Peru in 1847. A history of the reign of Philip II was undertaken, but only 3 of the 6 volumes proposed were finished, the third appearing in 1858. Prescott died in January of the following year. Although to a certain extent discredited as authoritative upon historical fact, these works possess high literary value. They read like romance. Their style is pictorial and vivid. Prescott was the successor of Irving in the romantic field of Spanish history. Irving himself, indeed, had meditated a history of the conquest of Mexico, had collected material therefor in Spain, and was actually engaged upon the work. But when he learned of Prescott's design, he quietly withdrew from the field and placed his material in the hands of the younger man. A few years later Prescott, in turn, performed a similar act of kindness in resigning to Motley an important part of the field naturally included in any account of the reign of Philip II. Dorchester, now a part of Boston, was the birthplace of John Lothrop Motley. After graduation from Harvard in 1831, he spent 2 years as a student at the universities of Berlin and Göttingen, forming an intimate acquaintance with Bismarck, his fellow student, the future Chancellor of Germany. Motley's literary career began inauspiciously with the publication of an unsuccessful novel, Morton's Hope (1839), and this was followed 10 years later by a colonial romance, Marymount (1849). After a brief period of residence in St. Petersburg as a Secretary of Legation (1841 to 1842), he returned to America and soon became interested in historical themes. A series of articles contributed to the North American Review attracted general notice. In 1850 he became absorbed in his study of the Protestant struggle in Holland against the tyranny of Philip II. Motley had not, like Prescott, determined to be an historian and then search for a theme. My subject had taken me up, drawn me on, and absorbed me into itself, he wrote. It was necessary for me, it seemed, to write the book I had been thinking much of, even if it were destined to fall dead from the press, and I had no inclination or interest to write any other. After receiving the hearty approval and encouragement of the older historian, Motley set himself at the task. Searching the archives of Europe, and counting his labor a joy, so filled with enthusiasm was he over his theme, Motley completed the major portion of his work in 1856. The Rise of the Dutch Republic was received, as Prescott's volumes had been, with universal applause. The History of the United Netherlands was published, the first 2 volumes in 1860, the last 2 in 1868. The Life of John of Barneveld (1874) was preliminary to the final work of the series, a history of the 30 Years' War, but this work was never written. Much of Motley's life was spent abroad. Besides his early service as secretary at St. Petersburg, he held 2 important appointments. He was minister to Austria during the Civil War period, and was appointed by President Grant minister to England in 1869. His recall, however, for which no satisfactory reasons has ever been given, came in 1870. After the publication of John of Barneveld in 1874, a year marked also by domestic sorrow and the loss of his wife, Motley undertook no further literary work. He died in England in 1877, and was buried just outside London. Motley's works are characterized, like those of his predecessor, by the dramatic quality of the narrative and by eloquence of style. His intense sympathy with the oppressed and gallant Hollanders in their struggle for independence, and his hearty admiration for their great hero, William the Silent, permitted him to take no impartial ground. He writes as an acknowledged partisan, and in this respect his historical method is rather the method of the past than of the present. Francis Parkman, the youngest of the group, and thoroughly modern in his method of investigation and presentation, was of Boston birth. His father was a clergyman. His grandfather, a prosperous merchant, had established the family fortunes upon a basis which gave the family financial independence. A love of outdoor life was early bred in the boy, whose health was delicate and who was, on that account, allowed unusual freedom. He lived much in the open air, and conducted youthful explorations in the surrounding woods. During his student days at Harvard, Parkman was seized with the desire to write the history of the French and Indian War, and he determined to study the life of the Indian at first hand. 2 years after graduation he started from St. Louis in 1846 upon the emigrant trail for the Dakota country. The summer that followed was replete with adventure and productive of hardship from the effects of which the historian never recovered. But Parkman had lived among trappers and Indians. He had traversed the plains, hunted the buffalo, dwelt for weeks in the lodges of a tribe of Sioux, and gained by rough experience the knowledge that he sought. The narrative of his adventures is told in a fascinating volume, The California and Oregon Trail (1849). The Conspiracy of Pontiac (1851) was the first of Parkman's historical volumes to appear, although it describes the culmination rather than the opening of the epoch which he chronicles. It was 14 years before his Pioneers of France in the New World (1865) really began the story of the struggle between France and England for the possession of America. The Jesuits in North America in the 17th Century (1867), La Salle, or The Discovery of the Great West (1869), The Old Regime (1874), Count Frontenac and New France under Louis XIV (1877), Montcalm and Wolfe (1884), and a supplementary volume, A Half Century of Conflict (1892), constitute the impressive series of his works. Parkman's style does not fall below that of Prescott in picturesqueness and realism. His accuracy may be safely assumed. Copyists were constantly at work for him over manuscript records of the past, and he himself visited Europe 5 times to gather material. The localities he described were usually traversed in person. The difficulties which Parkman overcame in the accomplishment of his purpose were strikingly similar to those which had confronted the historian of Ferdinand and Isabella. With vision sadly impaired by some obscure trouble of the brain, which affected also the action of the heart and the control of the limbs, he was terribly handicapped. His working time was frequently reduced to less than half an hour a day, and there were long periods of utter helplessness. He was noted for his cheerful, sunny disposition. At his pleasant home on the shore of Jamaica Pond, he found recreation in the culture of roses, a pursuit of which he was extremely fond. He published a Book of Roses in 1866. For 2 years he held the chair of horticulture in Harvard. With this record of our more famous literary historians, there should be some account of those who have dealt most effectively with the theme of our national life. The most notable of these writers is George Bancroft (1800 1891), another Massachusetts scholar, who after graduation from Harvard studied at Göttingen and there received his doctor's degree in 1820. For a time he conducted a private school in Boston. The first volume of his History of the United States was published in 1834, the second in 1837. The author was then drawn into political life, and served successively as Collector of the Port of Boston, Secretary of the Navy, Minister to England, Minister to Prussia, and then to Germany. The volumes of his history appeared at intervals until the 10th, in 1874, brought the narrative down to the close of the Revolution. 2 later volumes (1882) were added to include the formation of the Constitution. In 1885 the historian completed a revision of his work, and condensed the narrative within the limits of 6 volumes. Bancroft's history has always been recognized as a work of value, although it does not hold a place in literature with those of Parkman, Motley, and Prescott. Its author was a staunch Democrat, and this political bias is obvious in the work. Richard Hildreth (1807 1865), also a citizen of Massachusetts, and a Whig, produced a History of the United States (1849 1852) in 6 volumes. It does not measure up to the standard of Bancroft's work. A Scholarly History of New England (1858) by John Gorham Palfrey (1796 1881), and 2 noteworthy volumes dealing with the history of Louisiana (1851 1852) by Charles Etienne Gaillard (1805 1895), may well be mentioned here, although local rather than national in scope. The youngest and not the least important among recent historical writers in this field is John Fiske (1842 1901), a brilliant and popular essayist upon philosophical and religious themes, whose first historical study, The Critical Period of American History, appeared in 1888. Jared Sparks (1789 1866) was a pioneer in the field of national biography. Sparks was a Unitarian clergyman, a professor of history at Harvard, and president of that college. He wrote the lives of Washington and Franklin and edited their writings, the Washington in 1834 1838, the Franklin in 1836 1840. He also edited a great Library of American Biography in 25 volumes, which was completed in 1848. The student is referred to the William Hickling Prescott by Rollo Ogden, and the Francis Parkman by Henry D. Sedgwick in the American Men of Letters series. The Life of Motley by his close friend Oliver Wendell Holmes is the best available biography at present. End of Part 2 of Chapter 6. Part 2, Chapter 6 of A Student's History of American Literature by William Simons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Berard. Chapter 6, Part 2. Orators and Statesmen. Among the men conspicuous in public life, who, by reason of their argumentative skill and the power of their eloquence, were the nation's leaders during the critical years of the century, the first to be mentioned is Daniel Webster. No more commanding personality has ever moved among American statesmen. His portrait, after those of Washington and Lincoln, is the most familiar of those in our National Gallery. So impressive was he in presence, so leonine in feature, that his personal appearance struck every listener with awe. That amorphous, crag-like face, the dull black eyes under the precipice of brown, like dull anthracite furnaces needing only to be blown, the mastiff mouth accurately closed. This is the way in which Carlyle described his picture. He was an acute reasoner as well as an eloquent speaker. His famous arguments in the Dartmouth College case, 1818, and in the White murder case at Salem, 1830, are models of logical structure. His orations at the 200th anniversary of the landing of the Pilgrims, 1820, and the laying of the cornerstone of Bunker Hill Monument, 1825, and at the completion of the monument, 1843, are noted examples of his eloquence. It was his self-appointed task to guard the integrity of the Constitution, and it was this idea which inspired the best known of all his great addresses, the Reply to Hayne, delivered in the United States Senate in 1830. It was his devotion to the Union and the preservation of national unity which led to his support of compromise measures when the separation of South and North seemed imminent, and it was this which brought forth the speech on the 7th of March, 1850, the speech which aroused the indignation of the anti slavery party in New England and drew from Whittier that scathing utterance of disappointment and grief, the poem Ichabod. Webster was born at Salisbury, New Hampshire. He studied at Phillips Academy, then recently founded at Exeter, and was graduated from Dartmouth College in 1801. He practiced law in Portsmouth, and served for a term as a representative of New Hampshire in Congress. In 1816 he removed to Boston, again went to Congress, and then entered the Senate in 1827. He was Secretary of State 1841 to 1843, and returned to the Senate in 1845. His home was at Marshfield, Massachusetts, at the time of his death. Representing the South in the arena of political debate were John C. Calhoun (1782 to 1850) and Henry Clay (1777 to 1852), while the names of Rufus Choate (1799 to 1859) and Edward Everett (1794 to 1865) are joined with that of Webster, as representative of the eloquence of New England. Foremost among the orators developed by anti-slavery sentiment in the North were Wendell Phillips (1811 to 1884) and Charles Sumner (1811 to 1874). The eloquent voice of Henry Ward Beecher (1813 to 1887) was raised in the same cause. Nor should the name of Stephen A. Douglas (1813 to 1861) and Abraham Lincoln (1809 to 1865) be omitted from this list. In a dramatic series of public debates conducted in 1858 upon the prairies of Illinois, Lincoln and Douglas contended over the great issue of the time, the institution of slavery, and the momentous national problem to which it had given rise. While nominally a campaign for the Illinois senatorship, this remarkable discussion between the rival candidates, Douglas, the national leader of the Democratic party, and Lincoln, the candidate of the recently organized Republicans, aroused the interest of the entire country. Mr. Douglas was elected to the Senate, but the contest made Lincoln, 2 years later, the logical candidate of the Republican party for the presidency of the United States. It is not necessary here to discuss the genius of Abraham Lincoln. His lowly origin, his primitive surroundings, the scanty education, the unique personality, the lofty spirit in the awkward, almost grotesque frame, are all parts of a familiar story. He was yet another in the group of so-called self-made men, in which genius has triumphed over circumstances. It should not be forgotten that the opponent of the highly trained, debonair Douglas had had his forensic training during 20 years of practice before the Illinois bar, and that he was regarded as the best jury lawyer in the state; nor that the author of the speech at Gettysburg had steeped his mind in youth with the English of Shakespeare and the Bible, almost his only textbooks. Academic traditions were unknown to Lincoln. His oratory was simple, keen, direct. His eloquence was unadorned by the arts of rhetoric. But his inaugural addresses, and that delivered at the dedication of the Gettysburg Memorial, betray the highest qualities of head and heart. They are among the choicest of our American classics. End of Part 2, Chapter 6. Part 3, Chapter 6 of A Student's History of American Literature by William Simons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Berard. Chapter 6, Part 3. Writers of New York and Pennsylvania. For some time our attention has been centered for the most part in the work of our New England writers. But we must not think that the literary activity of this long period was confined to the immediate vicinity of Boston. The cities of Philadelphia and New York had each its coterie of literary workers. In the rapidly growing metropolis, the generation following that of Irving and his associates of the Knickerbocker group was not without its representatives of greater or less distinction, among whom at least two, Bayard Taylor and George William Curtis, deserve especial recognition. Both were men of letters in the broadest sense, versatile in talent and giving expression to that talent in varied literary forms. Taylor was born in a Quaker household upon a Pennsylvania farm, and as a child was conscious of two ambitions, to travel and to become a poet. His literary ambition was gratified prematurely by the publication of a volume of verse, Ximena, afterward regretted, in 1844. In the same year, his 20th, he sailed for England, having arranged with several editors to print the letters which he purposed to write while on his travels. For nearly 2 years he tramped about over Europe, enduring much hardship. His letters were published in 1846, under the title of Views Afoot, or Europe Seen with the Knapsack and Staff. An editorial connection with the New York Tribune followed, and in 1849 Taylor was sent to California to report upon the fortunes of the gold seekers. The next year his letters to the Tribune appeared in the volume El Dorado. A trip to the Far East in 1851 resulted not only in more correspondence, but also in a volume of verse, Poems of the Orient (1854), containing some of his best compositions, including the Bedouin Song. Bayard Taylor's fame as a traveler and an entertaining descriptive writer was extended by successive volumes recounting his experiences in Africa, in Spain, in India, China, and Japan, and in the northern countries of Europe. But he was ambitious to fill a higher place in literature. In 1863 he produced his first novel, Hannah Thurston, and the next year his second, John Godfrey's Fortunes, which is to some extent autobiographical. The Story of Kennet (1866), a semi-historical romance, is his most successful work of fiction. A long and elaborate narrative poem, The Picture of St. John (1866), was followed by The Masque of the Gods (1872) and Lars, a Pastoral of Norway (1873). Other volumes of verse were published in the latter years of his life, including the National Ode, written for the Centennial at Philadelphia in 1876. But no one of Taylor's original efforts resulted in any enduring success. He wrote tirelessly and unceasingly, yet without that inspiration which gives immortality to the works of genius. His one achievement, which will most certainly endure, is the translation of Goethe's Faust, the two parts of which were published in 1870 and 1871. This altogether admirable version of the German poet's masterpiece ranks with Bryant's Homer and Longfellow's Dante, if it does not surpass them in this delicately difficult field of poetical translation. Only a portion of Taylor's literary labor is recorded here. He was an indefatigable worker, and his health broke down under the steady strain. In 1778 he was appointed minister to Germany, and it seemed peculiarly appropriate that the translator of Germany's great classic should be thus honored. His appointment was universally approved, for the poet was widely respected and, in the circle of his literary associates, greatly loved. He was welcomed at Berlin, as Irving had been at the court of Spain, but his diplomatic career was pathetically brief. Death came upon him suddenly as he sat in his library at the German capital in December of the year of his appointment. The boyhood of George William Curtis was spent in Providence, Rhode Island, but his family removed to New York when he was 15 years old. He was still in his teens when he, with an older brother, entered the Brook Farm community at about the time that Hawthorne joined it. 3 or 4 years of foreign travel, including a visit to Egypt and Syria, resulted in 2 volumes of description and impression, Nile Notes of a Hawaji (1851) and The Hawaji in Syria (1852). Lotus Eating (1852) presents another series of travel sketches. In The Potiphar Papers (1853) he satirized some tendencies in New York society. During the decade just preceding the Civil War, Curtis participated not only as a writer, but also as a public speaker, in the great debate on slavery, and laid the foundation of his later fame as one of the most forceful and graceful of American orators, a reputation maintained to the end of his career. In 1856 Curtis published a charming little work of light and delicate sentiment entitled Prue and I, a work which was exceedingly popular at the time, and which retains its popularity still. Trumps, an experiment in novel writing, appeared in 1861. The chief claim of Curtis to literary distinction, however, is as an essayist. For nearly 50 years he was associated editorially with Harper's Magazine, and throughout that period contributed regularly those delightful papers, Essays in Miniature, which we associate with the department so sympathetically named the Easy Chair. Something of the Addisonian flavor, with more of the spirit of Charles Lamb, is to be recognized in these vivacious contributions of comment, criticism, and reminiscence. Nevertheless, Curtis was as much a master of a style distinctly his own as was the author of The Autocrat. 3 volumes of selections from these papers have been published, some of the essays appearing in an expanded form. 2 volumes of orations and addresses have also appeared, including the eulogies on Wendell Phillips and James Russell Lowell. Josiah Gilbert Holland was a Massachusetts physician when he left his professional practice and, like Taylor and Curtis, entered journalism in New York. Over the pen name Timothy Titcomb, Dr. Holland, while editor of the Springfield Mass. Republican, wrote a series of familiar essays, Letters of Wholesome Counsel, which were received with favor in book form under the title Timothy Titcomb's Letters (1858). The publication of 2 volumes of verse, The Bay Path (1857) and Bittersweet (1858), gave him a place among the popular poets, which was reinforced by the appearance of Katharina, a sentimental romance in metre, in 1867. Dr. Holland's claims to literary distinction are not especially strong, but his novels, Miss Gilbert's Career (1860), Arthur Bonnycastle (1873), Sevenoaks (1875), and Nicholas Minturn (1877), were widely read. In 1870 he became the editor of the new Scribner's Magazine, which in 1881 changed its name to The Century. Donald Grant Mitchell, a member of the same interesting group of genial essayists, who long survived the rest, is the author of 2 delightful books which, like Curtis's Prue and I, still retain a popularity hardly diminished by the lapse of a generation. Reveries of a Bachelor was published in 1850, Dream Life in 1851. The same charm of style and matter pervades My Farm of Edgewood (1863) and Wet Days at Edgewood (1864), nor is it lacking in the volume of literary anecdote, English Lands, Letters and Kings (1889) and American Lands and Letters (1897 to 1899). Charles Dudley Warner, whose delightful sketch book My Summer in a Garden (1870) suggests comparison with the Edgewood books, was born in Massachusetts. For many years he was a member of the famous literary coterie in Hartford, Connecticut. His professional duties he was also a journalist, associating him with the New York group. His pleasant volume of Backlog Studies appeared in 1872. In collaboration with Samuel L. Clemens (Mark Twain), he wrote The Gilded Age (1873), two volumes of travel sketches, My Winter on the Nile and In the Levant, were published in 1876. Being a Boy, a picturesque presentation of youth on a New England farm, belongs to the year following. Warner was the author of numerous volumes, including A Life of Washington Irving (1881) and two realistic novels, Effective Studies of New York Society, A Little Journey in the World (1889) and The Golden House (1894). Richard Henry Stoddard, whose early years were years of poverty, was toiling in an iron foundry when he began his poetical career in New York. A friendship with Bayard Taylor led to the publication of his first poems and to much literary work. From 1859 to 1870 Mr. Stoddard was employed in the New York Custom House, a position obtained with the friendly assistance of Hawthorne. From that time on he was engaged in editorial work and held a high place among our minor poets. An autobiographic volume of Recollections (1903) is not the least interesting of his prose works. The poet's wife, Elizabeth B. Stoddard (1823 1902), was also a writer of verse and the author of three noteworthy novels, The Morgesons (1862), Two Men (1865), and Temple House (1867). The Philadelphia writer George Henry Boker (1823 1890) represents substantial attainment in the field of dramatic poetry. His successful tragedy, Francesca da Rimini (1856), is possibly the best of several which embody that romantic theme. Thomas Buchanan Reed (1822 1872), like Boker, a Pennsylvanian and a friend of Taylor and the Stoddards, was also an artist as well as a poet. Of all his verse, the battle lyric, Sheridan's Ride (1865), is the poem inevitably associated with his name. By far the most interesting and important figure among the New York writers of this generation is that presented in the picturesque personality of Walt Whitman. Strictly speaking, he was not so much a member as one outside the literary circle just described. A man of rich vitality, lustily greeting life in all its phases, emphasizing, perhaps needlessly, the physical side of life, Whitman strode forth on his course, violating the conventionalities at every step. Not only in what he had to say as a poet was Whitman unconventional. He was unconventional also in the manner of saying. He violated the established rules of poetical expression as boldly and as confidently as he disregarded the ordinary rule of silence concerning the topics which he discussed with such amazing frankness. He was an innovator, a representative of new ideas. In the literary history of our country he stands unique. At once the target of criticism, he persevered in the delivery of what he certainly believed a message. And now, half a century and more since the publication of his earliest volume, he still stands, a somewhat problematical personality. In the minds of many he appears a man of undoubted genius, Ossianic, elemental, impressive. To some he is the teacher of new found truths, the prophet and the poet of democracy. Walt Whitman was born on a farm on Long Island. His father was a descendant of pioneer New England stock. His mother's ancestry was Dutch. While Whitman was a child his parents removed to Brooklyn, where his father practiced the trade of carpenter and builder. The boy was educated but scantily in the public schools, and entered a printer's office at 13. He was not continuously employed. He found time to roam the moors and beaches of Long Island, in close touch with nature and delighting in the sea. He also found time to read much good literature, the Arabian Nights, Scott, Shakespeare, Ossian, the hero poetry of the Germans, and translations of the Greek dramatists and poets. There was a strange fitness in it, this abrupt, haphazard introduction to the masterpieces of literature. Dante he read in the shadows of a wood. Homer he learned by heart in the shelter of great rocks, listening to the roar of the surf. At 15 he one day notices a ship under full sail and has the desire to describe it, like a poet. At 18 he teaches a country school. At 20 he starts a weekly paper in his birthplace, then edits in leisurely fashion a daily paper in New York. He writes romances and verse of the conventional sort for a magazine, rides on the Broadway omnibuses and makes staunch friends with the drivers, is welcomed in the pilot houses of the ferry boats that ply on East River, frequents the Bowery, and is a conspicuous figure among the bohemians who gather in Pfaff's restaurant. At 28 he is editor of the Brooklyn Eagle, and then suddenly takes to the open road to see the country and get near the people. This leisurely journey and working expedition, as Whitman termed it, takes him through the Middle States and down the Ohio and Mississippi to New Orleans, where for a time he works in a newspaper office. Retracing his steps in part, he visits the Great Lakes and Niagara, and crosses into Canada, finally returning through central New York and down the Hudson. In 1855 appeared the first edition of Whitman's poems, entitled Leaves of Grass, a title which was used by the poet with each subsequent issue until the 8th edition in 1892. This first volume was perhaps more widely talked about than widely read. To most of those who did read it, it was both mystifying and repellent. Not only did they find here a startling freedom of speech which shocked them, and an apparent egotism that amazed, but they found also a form of expression that bade defiance to every principle of constructive art. "I celebrate myself and sing myself," chanted the poet. "And what I assume, you shall assume, for every atom belonging to me as good belongs to you. I loaf and invite my soul. I lean and loaf at my ease, observing a spear of summer grass. A child said, 'What is the grass?' fetching it to me with full hands. How could I answer the child? I do not know what it is any more than he. I guess it must be the flag of my disposition, out of hopeful green stuff woven. Or I guess it is the handkerchief of the Lord, a scented gift and remembrancer, designedly dropped, bearing the owner's name some way in the corners, that we may see and remark and say, whose? Or I guess the grass itself, a child, the produced babe of the vegetation. And now it seems to me the beautiful uncut hair of graves." This indeed seemed anarchy rather than art, and it is not surprising that a new generation of readers was born before the real significance of this strange verse began to clear. Yet Emerson recognized the strength of originality in the message, and wrote Whitman a friendly and appreciative letter, which, with very poor taste, Walt included in the next edition of his poems. In time, it became evident that the Song of Myself was to be interpreted as typical and universal rather than egotistic, and that the spirit of Walt Whitman's poetry was democratic rather than personal. The peculiar verse form Whitman persistently maintained. It represents his revolt from artificiality. It was premeditated and, indeed, acquired with some effort. Of his compositions in this first volume, he said, "I had great trouble in leaving out the stock poetical touches, but succeeded at last." Rhyme and meter were abolished, but not melody or rhythm. The device of the catalogue became his favorite method of suggestion, often picturesque, often musical, but often too unorganized and bewildering. In later years, Whitman's poetry became less turgid and, at times, even symmetrical. The objectionable freedoms of the earlier work disappeared entirely and the poetical quality grew more tangible. The Civil War stirred Whitman mightily. The spirit of his verse during this period attains a dignity and strength that is notable. But this is not all. A brother who had enlisted was wounded, and late in 1862 Walt went to Washington to nurse him. For the next 2 years the poet gave himself wholly to the hospitals. The service which he then performed, sometimes in the camps, sometimes on the field, can hardly be described. Stalwart, health breathing, sympathetic, he assisted the surgeons, dressed the wounds, spoke tender encouragement to the suffering, scattered his simple little gifts among the sick, took the last message, and held the dying soldier in his arms. His own superb health finally broke. In Drum Taps, 1865, are included some of his finest compositions, notably the vivid descriptive poems Cavalry crossing a ford, Bivouac on a mountain side, An army corps on the march, and By the bivouac's fitful flame, pictures intense in their realism. The death of Lincoln inspired two poems which command universal admiration, When Lilacs Last and the Dooryard Bloomed, and O Captain, My Captain. This last poem is in rhymed stanzas, and shows Whitman's poetical power at its best. The sea is the subject of many fine passages in these strange compositions. A Paumanok picture, patrolling Barnegat, with husky haughty lips, O.C., may be cited as examples, this last especially a marvel of descriptive power. To the poems of this interesting group, many as impressively suggestive could easily be added. The bird songs in Out of the Cradle Endlessly Rocking, and When Lilacs Last and the Dooryard Bloomed are remarkable lyrics. To the Man of War Bird is another poem easily to be appreciated. A picture dramatic in spirit and singularly vivid is that descriptive of the old mariner's passing, in Old Salt Casaubon. Far back, related on my mother's side, Old Salt Casaubon. I'll tell you how he died. Had been a sailor all his life, was nearly 90, lived with his merry grandchild, Jenny. House on a hill, with view of bay at hand and distant cape and stretch to open sea. The last of afternoons, the evening hours, for many a year his regular custom. In his great armchair by the window seated, sometimes indeed through half the day, watching the coming, going of the vessels, he mutters to himself, and now the close of all. One struggling outbound brig, one day, baffled for long, cross tides and much wrong going. At last a nightfall strikes the breeze aright, her whole look veering, and swiftly bending round the cape, the darkness proudly entering, cleaving, as he watches. She's free, she's on her destination. These the last words. When Jenny came, he sat there, dead. Dutch Casaubon, Old Salt, related on my mother's side, far back. More and more, as one learns to read Whitman, and the reading should be allowed, his strength grows upon the reader. The eccentricity, the uncouth forms, the jargon of names and words disturb him less. In some degree he must respond to the pervading spirit of comradeship, of sympathy, boundless, indiscriminate. All mankind is brother and sister. Everything in nature is wholesome and divine. He says indifferently and alike, "How are you, friend?" to the President at his levee. And he says "Good day, my brother," to Cudge that lives in the sugar field, and both understand him and know that his speech is right. This is certainly the spirit of democracy speaking. The question is it poetry? In 1873 a stroke of paralysis incapacitated the poet, and Whitman, who had held a clerkship in Washington, removed to Camden, New Jersey, where his later life was spent. Here he lived in comparative poverty, but with the companionship of a few intimate friends, and with the knowledge of a growing body of disciples who cared more for their master's teaching than about his style of utterance. Tributes of recognition from Great Britain and the Continent gratified him. He began to be regarded by some enthusiasts as an oracle, and the poet seemed not averse to the rôle. Specimen Days and Collect. Autobiographical Data in Prose was published in 1882. A new collection of verse, November Boughs, appeared in 1888. The 70th birthday of the poet was marked by greetings from all parts of the world. A new edition of Leaves of Grass was issued, together with the new poems collected under the title Sands at 70. A final volume, Goodbye, My Fancy, 1891, contained his last poems. Whitman died March 26, 1892. The influence of Whitman has not yet been noticeable in American verse, but meanwhile the circle of appreciative readers has been constantly increasing, even outside the so-called Whitman cult. An intelligent reading of Whitman is wholesome and invigorating. As to his place among poets, that is a matter yet to be determined. Concerning Walt Whitman and his work, there is a superabundance of material. The best recent biography with a satisfactory criticism of his verse is The Life of Walt Whitman, by Bliss Perry. See also Walt Whitman, by George R. Carpenter, in the English Men of Letters series. A good short sketch of the poet is the volume in the Beacon Biographies, by I. H. Platt. The study of Whitman in Trent's American Literature is impartial and admirable. The volume of Selections from the Prose and Poetry of Walt Whitman, edited by O. L. Triggs, and Selected Poems of Walt Whitman, edited by Arthur Stedman, in Fiction, Fact, and Fancy series, may prove more profitable as an introduction to the poet than an edition of his complete works. End of Part 3 of Chapter 6. Part 4, Chapter 6 of A Student's History of American Literature, by William Simons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Berard. Chapter 6, Part 4, Novelists and Humorists. Writers of fiction were numerous during the first half of the century, in the South as well as in the North. While Cooper and Poe were the only ones who attained eminence in this field, there was no lack of storytelling, and in several instances a wide local reputation was built upon the success of a single book. The influence of Cooper is strongly felt in the work of three Southern novelists, Kennedy, Bird, and Sims, of whom the last named deserves a wider fame. John P. Kennedy (1795 1870), a native of Baltimore and a successful lawyer who represented his state in Congress and was also Secretary of the Navy under President Fillmore, is chiefly remembered as the author of Horseshoe Robinson (1835), his best work, a capital romance of the Revolution in the South. The Indian novel, Nick of the Woods (1837), constitutes the principal claim of Dr. Robert M. Byrd (1803 1854) to recognition in this group. He was, however, the author of several romances dealing with the Spanish conquest of Mexico, and also of 2 or 3 plays, among which The Gladiator holds the principal place. William Gilmore Simms is, next to Poe, the most representative and most talented among the writers of the South previous to the Civil War. He was born in Charleston, South Carolina. As his family belonged to the poorer class, he received little in the way of formal education, but exhibited unusual energy in literary pursuits. At 23, Simms had already published 3 volumes of youthful verse. His first novel, Arden Faber (1833), reflects the influence of Charles Brockden Brown, but Guy Rivers (1834) was the first of a series of border romances in which the influence of Cooper is plainly seen. In 1835 Simms published The Partisan, one of his best stories, a vivid and entertaining narrative of the partisan warfare conducted in the South during the Revolutionary struggle. In Mellencamp (1836), The Kinsman (1841), and Catherine Walton (1851), he continued the story of the characters thus introduced. His historical tales were as numerous as those of Cooper, and continued to appear down to the period of the Civil War. Although defective in technical construction and by no means comparable to Cooper's best novels, they nevertheless constitute a remarkable collection and are not unworthy the attention of the modern reader. A voluminous writer, Simms was the author of biographies, plays, and poems, in addition to the long list of romances, only the most important of which have been named. A follower of Simms was John Esten Cooke (1830 1886), whose novels, The Virginia Comedians (1854) and Fairfax (1868), are representative of this author's work in the same historical field. Rev. William Ware (1797 1852), a Massachusetts clergyman, was the author of three sober narratives dealing with the persecution of the Christians at Rome. To some extent Zenobia (1837), Aurelian (1838), and Julian (1841) still maintain their place among popular religious romances. Rev. Sylvester Judd (1813 1853) is more dimly remembered as the author of a transcendental romance, Margaret (1845), which was admired by Lowell for its description of humble rural life. The fiction of adventure is represented at its best in the novels of Herman Melville (1819 1891), a native of New York City. His own experiences on land and sea supplied the material of his most successful books, Typee (1846), Olmoo (1847), and Moby Dick, or the White Whale (1851). Melville was, moreover, master of a brilliant style which gave his writings a distinction still retained. The tales of Catherine M. Sedgwick (1789 1867) employed an historical background. Of these, Hope Leslie, or Early Times in Massachusetts (1827), and The Linwoods, or 60 Years Since in America (1835), were especially admired. Lydia Maria Child (1802 1880), whose philanthropic spirit brought her prominently into the anti-slavery agitation, began her modest literary career with the publication of two historical novels, Hobomok (1824), which depicted life in the colony at Salem, and The Rebels (1825), the scene of which is laid in Boston just previous to the Revolution. One of the famous novels of its time, and still reckoned a classic by lovers of sentimental fiction, was that tearful work, The Wide, Wide World (1850), written by Susan Warner (1819 1885). Keachie followed in 1852. The Lamplighter (1854), by Maria S. Clemens, was another example of the sentimental novel which enjoyed widespread popularity. But while these works of fiction had a largely contemporary fame, they were altogether eclipsed by the production of another New England woman, the most widely read and best known of all American novels, Uncle Tom's Cabin, which was published in 1852. Harriet Beecher, 1 year older than her famous brother, Henry Ward, was the daughter of Rev. Lyman Beecher, who was settled in the little town of Litchfield, Connecticut, when Harriet was born. She was a precocious child intellectually and emotionally. A part of her early life was spent in Cincinnati, whither, in 1832, her father had been called to become the president of a theological seminary. Here Harriet Beecher was married to Dr. Stowe in 1836. During this period of residence in the Ohio City, she visited friends in Kentucky and gained her knowledge of slavery, as she observed the institution there. In 1850 the Stowes removed to Brunswick, Maine, Dr. Stowe having been called to a professorship in Bowdoin College, and it was here that she wrote her novel. Uncle Tom's Cabin appeared first as a serial in the National Era, the anti-slavery organ at Washington with which Whittier was at one time associated. The history of this book is unique in American literature. It has been translated into more than 40 languages. It was dramatized immediately, and still makes its melodramatic appeal from the stage, to a larger audience than any other single play. Although severely handled by modern critics with reference both to its portrayal of slavery as an institution and to its artistic defects, the strong pathos of the novel and its humanitarian spirit appear to ensure its literary immortality. It has been well said of Uncle Tom's Cabin that "a book that stirs the world, and is instrumental in bringing on a civil war and freeing an enslaved race, may well elicit the admiration of a more sophisticated generation." Mrs. Stowe's next novel, Dread, A Tale of the Great Dismal Swamp (1856), was also a story about slavery. In 1858 she began in the Atlantic Monthly a realistic story of colonial life, The Minister's Wooing. The Pearl of Orr's Island appeared in 1862. The novel, Agnes of Sorrento, published the same year, was the fruit of a European trip. For many readers, Mrs. Stowe's most attractive work appears in Oldtown Folks (1869), a realistic study of the quaint and wholesome New England character as she had known it intimately in childhood as well as in later life. After 1863 the Stowes lived in Hartford. The husband died in 1886. Mrs. Stowe survived, an invalid, until 1896. The quality of humor has been already noted in connection with the work of more than one American writer. The homely wit of Franklin gives a distinct coloring to his pages. Irving, not only in the robust mirthfulness of the Knickerbocker History, but also in the delightful pages of his several sketch books, appears as a humorist of genial type. Lowell and Holmes have conspicuous places among the exponents of American humor, and there are scores of minor writers whose gifts in this field have not been concealed. The political humorist has long been in evidence. Major Jack Downing was the character assumed in the days of President Jackson by a young journalist of Portland, Maine, a graduate of Bowdoin College, Seba Smith, 1792 to 1868. The war with Mexico later inspired his pen. The Civil War brought out several journalistic humorists, among whom one, Robert Henry Newell (1836 to 1901), of New York, wrote under the name of Orpheus C. Carr, and another, David Ross Locke (1833 to 1888), an Ohio editor, figured as Rev. Petroleum V. Nasby. His book Swinging Round the Circle (1866) was immensely popular throughout the North. Representative of a broader field and not connected with politics are the comic characters Widow Bedott, the creation of Mrs. Frances Whittier (1812 to 1852), and the oft-quoted Mrs. Partington of Benjamin P. Shillaber (1814 to 1890), whose Life and Sayings of Mrs. Partington appeared in 1854. Henry W. Shaw (1818 to 1885), Josh Billings and Charles F. Brown (1834 to 1867), Artemus Ward, are the real leaders in this group of humorous professionals. Both appeared as entertainers on the public platform as well as in the columns of the newspapers. In 1866 Brown visited England, where his lecture on the Mormons created as much merriment as it had occasioned in the United States. His complete writings were published in 1875. Shaw's humorous philosophy was embodied chiefly in Josh Billings' Farmer's Almanacs, his absurd system of spelling contributing to the fun. Of those who have written humorously in verse, we may mention John Godfrey Saxe (1816 to 1887), whose humor mingling with sentiment is inferior to that of Thomas Hood, which it otherwise resembles, and Charles Godfrey Leland (1824 1903), of Philadelphia, author of the Hans Breitmann Ballads, published complete in 1871. Samuel Langhorne Clemens, born near Hannibal, Missouri, a distinctly Western product, has come to hold the foremost place among American humorists, although his distinction as a man of letters is by no means limited to this single field. His humor is broad and virile, often edged with satire. Reverence for tradition is not one of his traits. The rôle of the iconoclast is one which he assumes with vigor and with zest. After an apprenticeship in a newspaper office, beginning at 12 years of age, and a brief career as pilot on the Mississippi packets, it was the call of the leadsman, as he reported his soundings, which supplied the peculiar pen name. Mr. Clemens went to Nevada, where for a time he filled the post of territorial secretary. Later, in San Francisco, he again took up newspaper work, and here made his first literary success with the story of The Celebrated Jumping Frog, which, at the suggestion of Bret Harte, he published in the Californian, a short-lived literary journal, in 1867. His first book, Innocents Abroad (1869), was the humorist's record of a trip through Europe. It brought immediate fame. Roughing It (1872) was based upon early experiences in the Far West. The Gilded Age (1873), written in collaboration with Charles Dudley Warner, introduced the noteworthy character Colonel Sellers, with his sanguine temperament and his famous declaration, "There's millions in it." Tom Sawyer appeared in 1876, a remarkable study of boy character and reminiscent of the author's youth. Another European trip resulted in A Tramp Abroad (1880). Mr. Clemens then entered a province new to him, and surprised his readers with The Prince and the Pauper (1882), a charmingly written romance for children. Life on the Mississippi (1883) was followed by another strong story of boy life and rude surroundings, Huckleberry Finn. The Broad Burlesque, A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court, appeared in 1889. A serious novel, Pudd'nhead Wilson (1894), and a historical romance, seriously conceived, Joan of Arc (1896), increased the literary reputation of the author. Mr. Clemens was the author also of numerous short stories distinguished by their originality, rather in the vein of the satirist than in that of the mere humorist. His last work was a leisurely autobiography, the chapters of which were enlivened with the old time humor, mellowed and unimpaired by age. The early work of Francis Bret Harte, in verse at least, was largely humorous. His first success was as a humorist. Born in Albany, New York, Harte's school training came to an end with his father's death in 1854, and the 15-year-old boy, who had already become a lover of Charles Dickens, and had, also, published in a New York newspaper some immature verse of his own, went with his mother to the Pacific coast. The first few years of his life in California brought him little except experience and intimate acquaintance with the picturesque characters that later figured to such advantage in his poems and tales. He was a school teacher at Sonora, in Calaveras County. He tried placer mining in the gold fields. He was a messenger in the employ of the Wells Fargo Express Company. Finally, he became a compositor on a San Francisco paper, and began to write sketches for the Golden Era. In 1861, while holding an appointment as secretary to the superintendent of the San Francisco Mint, Harte became the editor of the newly founded Overland Monthly, and in the second number of that publication appeared his first noteworthy tale, The Luck of Roaring Camp. Then followed The Outcasts of Poker Flat, Tennessee's Partner, and the other narratives which contain his inimitable portraitures of the primitive Western civilization. A little later he wrote the first and best of his dialect poems, Plain Language from Truthful James, or, as it was afterwards entitled, The Heathen Chinee. In 1870 Bret Harte left California. The popularity of his stories and poems was unbounded, especially throughout the East and in England. His subsequent career was a disappointment. Such literary work as he undertook was desultory and either an imitation of his earlier efforts or something inferior. He was given, in 1878, a minor German consulate, and 2 years later was transferred to Glasgow. Of this office he was relieved in 1885. He continued to live in England and published numerous volumes which did not increase his fame. He died at the home of friends in Surrey in 1902. End of Part 4 of Chapter 6. Part 5 of Chapter 6 of A Student's History of American Literature by William Simons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Perard. Part 5. Poetry, South and North. Among the minor poets whose songs have found recognition, and whose names deserve some record in the history of our literature, the following at least should be included. William W. Story (1819 1895), the friend of Hawthorne and Lowell, was born in Salem. He resided for the larger part of his life in Italy, and attained considerable rank as a sculptor. He was a poet of more than ordinary gifts, and an author of several volumes, prose as well as verse, including the well known Roba de Roma, or Walks and Talks about Rome (1862). Thomas William Parsons (1819 1892), born at Boston, is more widely known as a translator of Dante than as an original poet, although his lines on a bust of Dante are greatly admired by scholars. Dr. Parsons, who was a dental surgeon, practiced his profession abroad, and it was during his residence in Italy that his interest in the Italian poet was aroused. His translation ranks with the best American renderings of the Commedia, although it is not complete. His version of the Inferno appeared in 1867. Portions of the Purgatorio and Paradiso were published in 1893. Christopher Pearse Cranch (1813 1892), an artist living in Cambridge, a member of the Transcendental group, published a translation of Virgil's Aeneid in 1872. The modest verse of Alice and Phoebe Cary (Alice, 1820 1871; Phoebe, 1824 1871), serious in sentiment, often religious, was widely read. The Cary sisters were natives of Ohio, but in 1852 removed to New York. Mrs. Julia Ward Howe (1819 1910), a well known lecturer and leader in various reform movements, has written several volumes of verse, but will be remembered chiefly as the author of a great war poem, the Battle Hymn of the Republic. Lucy Larcom (1826 1893), whose early songs, written while she was a worker in the mills at Lowell, attracted the notice of Whittier, and Mrs. Celia Leighton Thaxter (1836 1894), daughter of the lighthouse keeper on the Isles of Shoals, were, like Mrs. Howe, typical New England women who found their inspiration in subjects and activities close at hand. The names of Mrs. Harriet Prescott Spofford (1835) and Mrs. Louise Chandler Moulton (1835 1908) should be included in this list of our minor poets of recognized worth. A larger distinction attends the literary career of Mrs. Helen Fiske Jackson (1831 1885), before her second marriage, Helen Hunt, whose signature, H.H., was familiar to the readers of a generation ago. Mrs. Jackson was born at Amherst, Massachusetts. Her poems, issued in 1870, placed her at the head of the women writers of verse in America. The last 10 years of Mrs. Jackson's life were spent in Colorado and California. Her interest in the Indians and her intense sympathy with them in their wrongs led to the publication of her Century of Dishonor (1881), a book which bore fruit in the official appointment of Mrs. Jackson as special examiner to the mission Indians in California, and eventually in her striking novel, Ramona (1884). A group of rather remarkable short stories by Saxe Holm, published in 2 series (1873, 1878), although unacknowledged, are usually attributed to Helen Hunt Jackson. The poems of Emily Dickinson (1830 1886) are remarkable productions which have commanded recognition by our highest literary critics. Miss Dickinson was a townswoman of Helen Fiske, and her life was spent at Amherst, largely in seclusion. Only a few intimate friends were aware of her poetical gift, and her verses were not published until 1890, 4 years after her death. John Hay (1838 1905), distinguished as a diplomat and statesman, was born in Indiana. He began the practice of law in Illinois in 1861, and became the private secretary of President Lincoln. In collaboration with John G. Nicolay, he afterward wrote the authoritative Abraham Lincoln: A History (1886 1890). His literary fame, however, is based upon a slender volume of Pike County Ballads (1871), which, strong in local color, portray the rough virtues of the Mississippi Valley in the early days. There is a finer quality of elegance and grace, with less originality, in the later verse of his Castilian Days (1871) and Poems (1890). A strong and successful novel, The Breadwinners (1884), attributed to John Hay, was never publicly acknowledged by him. Edward Rowland Sill (1841 1887), a native of New England, although compelled by ill health to seek a residence in California, exhibited a notable talent in his poetry which shows rich gifts of spiritual insight and power. John Boyle O'Reilly (1844 1890), an Irish patriot with a romantic history, a gifted orator, and an influential editor in Boston, was a lyric poet of more than ordinary talent. He was the author of many excellent songs and ballads. J. Maurice Thompson (1844 1901), well known as a literary critic and as the author of several popular romances, also deserves recognition as a lyric poet. A disciple of Theocritus, he was an enthusiast for nature, a lover of outdoor life and sports. He revived the interest in archery, and sang of birds and woods. Thompson was born in Indiana, but lived as a boy in Kentucky and Georgia. He served in the Confederate Army during the war, and at its close returned to his native state. Since the death of Poe, the South has not been represented by any poet of equal rank, yet it has been by no means without its representatives in verse, of whom one or two may be said to have attained national prominence. William G. Simms (1806 1870), whose contributions to American fiction have been described, was the author of several volumes of verse which enjoyed local popularity but which does not rise above mediocrity. Albert Pike (1809 1891), born in Boston, a settler in Arkansas, a soldier in the Confederate Army, published in 1831 his ambitious Hymns to the Gods. Better known today is his charming ode to the Mockingbird, and best known of all his verse is the stirring war song, Dixie. In this connection mention should be made of Theodore O'Hara (1820 1867), of Kentucky, who in 1847 wrote The Bivouac of the Dead. This martial elegy upon which the reputation of its author rests, commemorates the deaths of Kentuckians who fell at the battle of Buena Vista. Another famous song of the South in wartime, "Maryland, My Maryland," was the composition of James Ryder Randall (1839 1908), a native of Baltimore. Three Southern poets belonging to the generation which followed Poe have risen to more than minor rank. These are Henry Timrod, Paul H. Hayne, and Sidney Lanier. There is a pathetic resemblance in the circumstances and experiences of all. Each suffered personally the distressing effects of the war, which interrupted the literary achievement and shortened the life of each. Both Timrod and Lanier died under 40, while Hayne, although surviving to the age of 55, was an invalid for many years before his death. The poet Timrod was born at Charleston, South Carolina. He studied at the University of Georgia, and began the reading of law. He had already won recognition as a poet, and had formed a lifelong friendship with young Hayne, who was also a native of Charleston. Together the poet friends entered on their literary career, and under the encouragement of William G. Simms they were associated in an editorial venture which proved short lived. Timrod's poems, which filled but a slender volume, were published at Boston in 1860, his most elaborate composition being a vision of poesy, the statement of his poetical creed. Then came the war. Timrod's health was too delicate to permit of military service, but he went upon the field as correspondent for a Charleston paper. But this experience proved too strenuous, and in 1864 he became associate editor of the South Carolinian at Columbia, the state capital. When that city was destroyed at the entrance of Sherman's army, his home was burned, and everything that he possessed was lost. His poverty was so great that his family was on the verge of starvation. The last 3 years of the poet's life were years of acute suffering. A visit to the rustic home of his friend Hayne failed to benefit him. His health rapidly declined, and he died at 38. A complete edition of Timrod's poems was edited by his brother poet in 1878. Much of Timrod's verse is nature poetry, serious in spirit, like that of Wordsworth, elevated and musical. His best known poem, "The Cotton Boll," is no less notable for its patriotic fervor than for its fine description of the snowy cotton fields of the South. His highest achievement is seen in the beautiful ode at Magnolia Cemetery (1867), which closes with these lines: "Stoop, angels, hither from the skies, there is no holier spot of ground Than where defeated valor lies, by morning beauty crowned." Hayne was reared in the cultured and wealthy Charleston home of his uncle, Robert Y. Hayne, Webster's great opponent in the United States Senate. Previous to the war he had filled 2 or 3 editorial positions, including the editorship of Russell's Magazine, the publication promoted by the novelist William Gilmore Simms, and since the publication of his early poems in 1855 had been regarded as the representative poet of the South. Hayne served with the rank of colonel in the Confederate army. In the bombardment of Charleston he lost all his possessions, and found himself at the close of the war in the deepest poverty and a confirmed invalid. He then went to the barren pine lands of Georgia, where he built for himself and his family a rude cottage on a piece of land known as Copp's Hill. This was the poet's home until his death. He published a volume, Legends and Lyrics, in 1872, and The Mountain of the Lovers and Other Poems, in 1875. A complete edition of his poems appeared in 1882. Hayne was essentially a poet of romance, and succeeded admirably in his longer narrative poems and his ballads. Yet he, too, wrote, like a true nature lover, of the pines and the mocking birds and the warmth of the Southland. In spite of loneliness and poverty, his poems contain none of the sadness or melancholy so characteristic of Poe. They were tender and cheerful to the last. More successful than any other Southern poet except Poe in the impression of his genius on readers of verse, Sidney Lanier is gradually coming to be recognized as entitled to a place with our chief American poets. The story of his life is as pathetic as those just rehearsed, for his life, too, was colored by the shadows of ill health and straitened circumstances which followed in the wake of war. Born in Macon, Georgia, February 3, 1842, Lanier had just completed his college course in Oglethorpe when the war broke. He flung himself into the struggle with the same ardor that sent Timrod and Hayne to the support of the Southern cause. Sidney and his brother Clifford, two slender, gray eyed youths, inseparable in their service of danger and hardship, extracted all the romance to be derived from their experience. In 1863 they were on scout duty along the James. Lanier wrote later with enthusiasm of this period in their army life. "We had a flute and a guitar, good horses, a beautiful country, splendid residences inhabited by friends who loved us, and plenty of hairbreadth escapes from the roving bands of Federals. Cliff and I never ceased to talk of the beautiful women, the serenades, the moonlight dashes on the beach of fair Burwell's Bay, and the spirited brushes of our little force with the enemy." In 1864 the brothers were transferred to Wilmington and placed as signal officers upon the blockade runners. Here Sidney Lanier was captured and for 5 months was confined in the Federal prison at Camp Lookout. It well nigh became his tomb. With emaciated frame and shattered physique, the young soldier finally went home, like so many other youthful veterans, South and North, to fight for life in the coming years. With Lanier the struggle was for both life and livelihood. He was 23 years old, unsettled as to his future, and under the gloom of those raven days of the desolated and demoralized South. "Our hearths are gone out and our hearts are broken," he sang plaintively. Yet he turned the plaint into a song of cheer, and he still found the romance. In 1867 he was married to Miss Mary Day, of Macon, and the poems of his wooing time and of his wedded life are as graceful and tender as the lyrics Lowell sang to Maria White. For 5 years Lanier tried to follow the law, and then, in 1873, gave himself to art. He went to Baltimore alone, except for his flute. Lanier's flute is as famous as Lanier. It is a part of his personality. Its mellowed notes had cheered the soldier and his comrades by campfire and in prison. It had been softly played in many a surreptitious serenade, and it was widely known. For Lanier was a remarkable musician, and was called by many the finest flute player in America, if not in the world. Lanier's musical genius must be taken in account by the student of his verse. So far as he could trace his ancestry, it disclosed this talent as a family possession. In the Restoration period there were 5 Laniers in England who were musicians. In Charles I's time, Nicholas Lanier, who was painted by Van Dyck, wrote music for the masques of Jonson and the lyrics of Herrick. The father of this Nicholas was a musician in the household of Queen Elizabeth. Thus Sidney Lanier came naturally by his gift. In Baltimore his flute secured him a position in the Peabody Orchestra, and furnished the means of living for several years. Theodore Thomas is said to have been on the point of making the artist first flute player in his orchestra, when Lanier's health finally failed and he was compelled to give up the struggle. But Sidney Lanier found also in Baltimore the first opportunity to gratify what had been the ambition of the years since his college course, the opportunity to study literature and the scientific principles of verse. The unfulfilled dream of his youth had been a systematic course in the German universities. This was not to be realized, but in the richly equipped Peabody Library he found his university. Never was there a more assiduous student. Especially did he devote himself to the field of Old English poetry. Soon there were invitations to lecture, and in the city he came to have an established reputation as a fascinating lecturer on English literature. In 1875 he first won recognition as a poet of more than ordinary power by the publication of Corn in Lippincott's Magazine. 4 months later his remarkable poem, The Symphony, appeared in the same magazine. His new friendship with Bayard Taylor produced the invitation to write the words for the centennial cantata. The first collection of his poems was published in 1877. In rapid succession he wrote three wonderful poems: The Revenge of Hamish, How Love Looked for Hell, and The Marshes of Glen. In 1879 the poet was appointed to a lectureship in the Johns Hopkins University. The fruit of this professional connection we have in 2 volumes, neither of which is characterized by scientific precision or minutely accurate scholarship. Nevertheless, the science of English verse and the English novel are recognized as valuable contributions to the study of literature. The first of these volumes is an essay on the technical side of versification, embodying Lanier's theory of rhythm and tone color. It was his belief that the laws of verse are identical with those of music. A series of books for boys, The Boy's King Arthur, The Boy's Froissart, etc., were the byproducts from his studies of the ancient chronicles, put forth to enlarge the scanty income. During the last 2 years of the poet's life the struggle for poetical achievement grew tragic. In November 1880 he wrote his friend, Paul Hamilton Hayne: "For 6 months past a ghastly fever has taken possession of me each day at about 12 m., and holding my head under the surface of indescribable distress for the next 20 hours, subsiding only enough each morning to let me get on my working harness, but never intermitting. I have myself been disposed to think it arose purely from the bitterness of having to spend my time in making academic lectures and boys' books, pot boilers all, when 1,000 songs are singing in my heart that will certainly kill me if I do not utter them soon." 3 years earlier he had written bravely in the Stirrup Cup: "Death, thou'rt a cordial old and rare, Look how compounded, with what care Time got his wrinkles reaping thee Sweet herbs from all antiquity. David to thy distillage went, Keats and Gautama excellent, Omar Khayyam and Chaucer right, And Shakespeare for a king delight. Then, Time, let not a drop be spilt, Hand me the cup whene'er thou wilt. 'Tis thy rich stirrup cup to me, I'll drink it down right smilingly." And now, in his greatest poem, Sunrise, completed soon after the date of his letter to Hayne, he could write in the same jubilant strain: "Manifold One, I must pass from thy face, I must pass from the face of the sun. Old Want is awake and agog, every wrinkle a frown. The worker must pass to his work in the terrible town. But I fear not, nay, and I fear not the thing to be done. I am strong with the strength of my Lord the Sun. How dark, soever the race that must needs be run, I am lit with the sun." In 1881 Lanier was taken to the pine lands in the mountains of North Carolina, and there in the September following he died. His grave is in Baltimore. A bronze bust of the poet is fittingly placed in one of the halls of the university where, for so brief a term, he taught. In spite of the limitations set by fate upon Lanier's poetical work, its high quality is evident. It is poetry that charms the ear with its rich melodies and stirs the spirit by its own spiritual power. A Ballad of Trees and the Master is a familiar example of this quality. How broad might have been the scope of Lanier's eventual achievement can only be inferred from the pathetically small amount actually produced. He had a vivid imagination and a masterly command of expression. His descriptive skill, evidenced in the blithe song of the Chattahoochee and the hymns of the marshes, was very fine. The Revenge of Hamish is an intensely dramatic narrative. A deep moral purpose is easily felt in lyrics like Tampa Robins, The Stirrup Cup, and At Sunset, poems which quite escape the didactic tone. But it is in the longer compositions, Corn, the Symphony, Psalm of the West, Sunrise, and The Marshes of Glen, that the poet's genius is exhibited at his highest reach. In Lanier's scanty bequest of verse we recognize the beauty and perfection of consummate art, but the true source of his distinction lies for most of his readers in the cheery optimism of his message, in the splendid faith, the hearty sympathy, and unconquerable courage of his own brave and loving soul. The strength of his appeal is itself an evidence of the truth expressed by the poet in the second line of the symphony: "The time needs heart, 'tis tired of head." In general, read Stedman's Poets of America, and refer to that critic's American Anthology for selections from the poets cited. Lanier is represented at length in Page's The Chief American Poets. Hayne's complete poems, with Life, were published in 1882. A Life of Timrod was included in the edition of Timrod's poems, edited by Hayne. An admirable Life of Sidney Lanier has been written by Edwin Mims (Houghton Mifflin Company). Consult also Holliday's History of Southern Literature. Representative of a generation younger than that of our chief American poets, yet closely associated with them in personal companionship and in the spirit of their work, are the two distinguished writers, Aldrich and Stedman. They form an interesting link between the present and the past. Holding more than a minor rank as poets, both are prominent among American men of letters. Both achieved distinction in other fields than that of verse. Thomas Bailey Aldrich was born in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, November 11, 1836. On account of business connections in the South, the family were for a time accustomed to spend the winter at New Orleans. But it is the New Hampshire seaport town which figures as Rivermouth, the home of Tom Bailey, in that most attractive romance of youth, The Story of a Bad Boy (1870). His father's death in 1849 put an end to plans for a college education, and in his 17th year young Aldrich went to New York and entered the banking house of his uncle. He soon began, however, contributing to the literary journals and made acquaintance with N. P. Willis, Bayard Taylor, Stoddard, and Stedman, the last named being only 3 years older than himself. The publication of his beautiful Ballad of Baby Bell (1856) first brought popularity, although a volume of verse, The Bells, had appeared in the previous year, when its author was but 19. After 3 years of commercial life, Aldrich abandoned the counting room for the editor's office, and for the next 10 years was associated with one or other of the New York magazines, his principal engagement being upon Willis's Home Journal. In 1865 he removed to Boston and took editorial charge of the publication Every Saturday. In 1881 he succeeded Mr. Howells as editor of the Atlantic Monthly, retaining this position until 1890. Meanwhile, Aldrich's poems had been appearing in successive volumes. Cloth of Gold (1874), filled with the rich color of Oriental fantasy. Flower and Thorn (1876), Friar Jerome's Beautiful Book (1881), In the long narrative poem Wyndham Towers (1889) the poet's work does not appear to such advantage as in the dainty lyrics of sentiment and romance which were the fruit of earlier years. No American poet has written with a more delicate or graceful touch. His technique is faultless in such brilliant pieces as When the Sultan Goes to Ispahan, The Lunch, Nocturne, Identity, and Baby Bell, the tender pathos of which still retains its grasp on the emotions of its readers. Aldrich was his own severest critic, and his lines were frequently revised. Nothing short of perfection satisfied his keen sense of artistic expression. It is his own ideal that is embodied in this splendid sonnet: Enamored architect of airy rhyme, build as thou wilt, heed not what each man says. Good souls, but innocent of dreamers' ways, will come, and marvel why thou wastest time. Others, beholding how thy turrets climb 'twixt theirs and heaven, will hate thee all their days. But most beware of those who come to praise. O wondersmith! O worker in sublime And heaven sent dreams! Let art be all in all. Build as thou wilt, unspoiled by praise or blame. Build as thou wilt, and as thy light is given. Then, if at last the airy structure fall, Dissolve and vanish, take thyself no shame. They fail, and they alone, who have not striven. The Sisters' Tragedy (1891) and Unguarded Gates (1895) were the titles of the volumes which contained his later verse. Like his poems, Aldrich's prose works are characterized by the qualities of vivacity, brilliance, and delicate workmanship. Nothing pleases him better than to surprise his reader by some unexpected turn. This is the case in his first successful story, in some respects his best, Marjorie Daw (1873), and in some of his later tales. The novels Prudence Palfrey (1874) and The Queen of Sheba (1877) were followed, in 1880, by an admirable detective story, The Stillwater Tragedy. It is, however, in the field of the short story that we most clearly recognize Aldrich's power as a writer of fiction, a field for which his art was exceedingly apt. Mercedes, a Drama (1883), and Judith of Bethulia, prepared for the stage in 1905, have not proved dramatically successful. It is upon the best of his short stories and his earlier lyrics, with their exquisite technique, that Aldrich's literary fame must rest. Edmund Clarence Stedman was born at Hartford, Connecticut, October 8, 1833. His mother, Elizabeth Dodge Stedman, was a writer of verse, published several volumes of poems, and through a long residence in Italy was an intimate friend of the Brownings. During his undergraduate course at Yale, young Stedman received a first prize for a poem on Westminster Abbey. In 1855 he entered the journalistic profession in New York, and was one of the many talented men who became at various times protégés of Horace Greeley, upon the staff of the Tribune. It was at this period that Stedman was thrown into intimate association with Stoddard, Taylor, and Aldrich. The first literary success came with the publication of The Diamond Wedding, a satirical poem, inspired by a real incident in fashionable New York society. His poems, lyric and idyllic, were published in 1860, and in that year the poet went to the front as a war correspondent for the World. At the close of the war, Stedman became a banker, and remained a member of the Stock Exchange until 1890. While thus engaged in active business, he nevertheless found leisure to practice the art of letters to good purpose. Some of his poems, like Kearney at Seven Pines, How Old Brown Took Harper's Ferry, Wanted, a Man, and Pan in Wall Street, hold a high place in American literature. Yet Stedman is in no sense a popular poet, and not many of his compositions appeal to the public taste. He was not subjective, nor is there much intensity or passion in his verse. His themes were the immediate suggestions of the hour. Stedman ranks as our ablest critic of poetic literature. He lectured upon poetry at Johns Hopkins University in 1892, and afterward repeated these lectures at other institutions. It was at this time that he formulated his suggestive definition of poetry as rhythmical, imaginative language expressing the invention, taste, thought, passion, and insight of the human soul. His critical volumes are The Victorian Poets, 1875, Poets of America, 1885, and The Nature and Elements of Poetry, 1892. These works are almost indispensable to the literary student. Mr. Stedman published a Victorian Anthology in 1895 and an American Anthology in 1900. In collaboration with G. E. Woodberry, he edited the works of Edgar Allan Poe in 1895, and with Ellen M. Hutchinson completed the monumental Library of American Literature (11 volumes) in 1889. At the funeral of his brother poet, Aldrich, in March 1907, Stedman was a conspicuous figure, feeble and tottering with the weakness of advancing age. Yet death came upon him suddenly as he sat among his books at work, January 18, 1908. Such a death as he had craved in More Beneficia. Give me to die unwitting of the day, and stricken in life's brave heat, with senses clear. And thus the last representative of the older generation of American poets had departed. End of Part 5 of Chapter 6. End of Chapter 6. Preface to and Part 1 of Chapter 7 of A Student's History of American Literature by William Simons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Perard. Chapter 7. Recent Years. The main facts in the history of our national literature have now been mentioned as fully as the purpose of the present volume will permit. Some account, however, must be taken of contemporary literature, and although it is unwise to pronounce definite judgment on the work of living writers, it will be desirable to note briefly the more conspicuous literary achievements of the present generation. We will, therefore, consider the work of our principal essayists, poets, and novelists not hitherto named, in order that we may recognize at least the widespread activity at the present time in the field of letters. Most of the writers to be enumerated belong entirely to the period since the Civil War, although in each group some are included who were a part of the older generation. Part 1. Scholars and Essayists. In the field of literary criticism, the work of Edwin Percy Whipple (1819 1886) was notable. He was the author of several volumes of scholarly essays, including Literature and Life (1849), Literature of the Age of Elizabeth (1869), and American Literature and Other Papers (1887). Horace E. Scudder (1838 1902), long associated with the publication of the Atlantic Monthly (he succeeded Aldrich as its editor in 1890), was an indefatigable writer, the extent of whose services to American letters is hardly understood, since much of his work was anonymous. Henry N. Hudson (1814 1886), Richard Grant White
(1821 to 1885), William James Rolfe, born 1827, and Horace Howard Furness, born 1833, are to be remembered for their services in the criticism and interpretation of Shakespeare's dramas. Their scholarly editions of the plays are among the best that have been produced. The name of William Winter, born in Massachusetts, 1836, author of Shakespeare's England, 1886, and our foremost critic of the stage, may be mentioned in this connection. Edward Everett Hale (1822 to 1909), the distinguished Boston clergyman and philanthropist, long survived the generation which read his earlier works. His literary career was remarkably versatile and productive. A New England Boyhood (1893) and Memories of a Hundred Years (1902) are pleasant sketch-books of past experience. Ralph Waldo Emerson (1902) and James Russell Lowell and His Friends (1899) are further contributions to this interesting series of reminiscent essays. Dr. Hale's work in fiction will be referred to later. Thomas Wentworth Higginson (1823 to 1911), one of the Cambridge group, is the author of 2 volumes of reminiscence, Cheerful Yesterdays (1898) and Contemporaries (1899), which are of especial interest to literary students. He is also the biographer of Margaret Fuller, O'Solly (1884), Longfellow (1903), and Whittier (1903). Yesterdays with Authors (1872), a volume written by James T. Fields (1817 to 1881), should be mentioned here. Mr. Fields, a partner in the famous publishing house of Ticknor and Fields, has a recognized standing among the men of letters. He followed Lowell as editor of the Atlantic Monthly, and was well known in his day as a lecturer and an essayist. John Burroughs, born in New York State, 1837, is, after Thoreau, our foremost writer on nature themes. He is not only a lover of the woods and fields, but he is a conscientious student of plant and animal life. He has no sympathy and scant patience with writers on these subjects whose imagination has interfered with their accuracy. He describes honestly what he observes. Wake Robin, 1871. Winter Sunshine, 1875. Birds and Poets, 1877. Locusts and Wild Honey, 1879. Fresh Fields, 1884. Signs and Seasons, 1886. Ways of Nature, 1905. These are some of his outdoor books. He has written also Literary Values, 1904, a volume of critical essays, 2 books on Walt Whitman, and Bird and Bough, 1906, a volume of poems. Harriet Mann Miller, Olive Thorne Miller, born in New York State, 1831, and Bradford Torrey, born in Massachusetts, 1843, have written entertainingly of the ways and habits of birds, while Ernest Thompson Seton, born in England, 1860, has narrated with a somewhat freer imagination the biographies of various wild animals he has known. In the field of the distinctively literary essay, Lawrence Hutton (1843 to 1904), Hamilton Wright Mabie (born 1845), Henry Van Dyke (born 1852), George Edward Woodberry (born 1855), Agnes Rapillier (born 1857), Samuel M. Crothers (born 1857), Bliss Perry (born 1860), are perhaps our best known representatives. There is also an important group of university men who have made noteworthy contributions to literary history and criticism. Chief of these is Moses Coit Tyler (1835 to 1900), a professor in Cornell University, author of the monumental History of American Literature in Colonial Times (1878) and the Literary History of the American Revolution (1897). Thomas R. Lounsbury, born 1838, of Yale University, author of the volume on Cooper (1882) in the American Men of Letters series. Charles F. Richardson, born 1851, of Dartmouth. Brander Matthews, born 1852, of Columbia, and Barrett Wendell, born 1855, of Harvard, have all done conspicuous work in this field. Two distinguished Harvard scholars, Francis J. Child (1825 to 1896) and Charles Eliot Norton (1827 to 1908), should be included in this list. Professor Child is our principal authority on the Scotch and English ballads. Professor Norton was the author of a prose translation of Dante, and edited the letters of Lowell, of Emerson, of Carlyle, and of Ruskin. End of Part I of Chapter 7. Part II of Chapter 7 of A Student's History of American Literature by William Simons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Perard. Part II. Poets of this Generation. After Stedman, most prominent among our poets of that generation was Richard Watson Gilder (1844 to 1909). In 1870 he became editor of Scribner's Monthly, and in 1881 of the Century, a position which he held until his death. His first volume of verse, The New Day, appeared in 1875. A complete edition of the poems of Richard Watson Gilder was published in 1908. John James Piatt, born in Indiana, 1835, and his wife, Sarah M. Piatt, born in Kentucky, 1836, are residents of Ohio. Mr. Piatt was associated with William Dean Howells in the publication of Poems of Two Friends, 1860. Numerous volumes of his poems have appeared since, two of them in association with his wife. Mrs. Piatt's Complete Poems, 2 volumes, were published in 1894. Joaquin Miller (1841 to 1913), a native of Indiana, whose name, until the poet changed it, was Cincinnatus Hine Miller, removed with his parents to Oregon in 1855, and there began a life replete with picturesque experience. His first volume, Songs of the Sierras, was published in London in 1871, while the author was visiting England. Miller's lyrical romances have not attained wide popularity, but the fine stanzas of his stirring poem, Columbus, may find a place, not undeserved, among the unforgettable poems of our literature. Through the later years of his life, Joaquin Miller lived in a cottage on the mountains overlooking Oakland, California, amid surroundings similar to those so often reproduced in his verse. John Bannister Tabb (1845 to 1909), a Catholic priest, professor of English literature in St. Charles College, in Maryland, was the author of many excellent lyrics. The lyric quality also distinguishes the work of John Vance Cheney, born in New York, 1848, who was from 1894 to 1908 librarian of the Newberry Library in Chicago. Lloyd Mifflin, born in Pennsylvania, 1846, has won distinction especially through his sonnets, a collected edition of which appeared in 1905. Of the women who have contributed largely to our contemporary verse, the following are perhaps the most widely known for the literary quality of their work and for its sympathetic appeal. Julia C. R. Dorr, born in South Carolina, 1825, since 1830 living in Vermont. Annie Fields, born in Boston, 1834, the widow of James T. Fields. Edna Dean Proctor, born in New Hampshire, 1838. Edith M. Thomas, born in Ohio, 1854, since 1888 living in New York. Helen Gray Cone, born in New York, 1859. Louise Imogen Guiney, born in Boston, 1861, and Dora Reed Goodale, born in Massachusetts, 1866. Will Carleton, born in Michigan, 1845, a journalist now living in Brooklyn, first attracted popular interest by the publication of Farm Ballads in 1873. His poems in dialect, both humorous and pathetic, have extended through a lengthy series of volumes. Eugene Field, 1850 to 1895, for a number of years a journalist in Chicago, will long be remembered, not only for the whimsical humor of his prose, but for the tender pathos of a few poems of child life, like Little Boy Blue and Winkin', Blinkin' and Nod. Field was a lover of the Latin poet Horace, and the author of some happy versions of his odes. A little book of Western verse, 1890, with trumpet and drum, 1892, and A Second Book of Verse, 1893, contain his familiar poems. Widely known as a writer of poems in the homely dialect of the Indiana farmer, James Whitcomb Riley has attained a popularity second to that of no other living American poet. Filled with a genial optimism, a universal sympathy, and a kindly sense of humor, Mr. Riley's verse has won the hearts of the people. His nature lyrics are vivid with rural charm and the simple joys of country life. He has written many songs for children, which have long since become classics among child readers. Mr. Riley was born in Greenfield, Indiana, in 1853. In 1873 he began newspaper work in Indianapolis, where he has since lived, contributing occasional poems in dialect to Indiana papers, using the pen name Benj F. Johnson of Boone. He soon became known as the Hoosier Poet. The Old Swimmin' Hole and 11 More Poems was published in 1883, and numerous collections have since followed. Among his best known poems are Grigsby's Station, Knee Deep in June, An Old Sweetheart of Mine, Old Aunt Mary's, Little Orphant Annie, When the Frost is on the Punkin, The Old Swimmin' Hole, Thoughts for the Discouraged Farmer, with its cheery strain, For the world is full of roses, and the roses full of dew, and the dew is full of heavenly love that drips for me and you, and many others, so marked by homely sense and a democratic simplicity of style that their humanness has commended them to readers of all ranks. Edwin Markham, born in Oregon, 1852, while a teacher in California, wrote and published a remarkable poem, The Man with the Hoe, 1898, which by its rugged strength and elemental feeling achieved an enduring fame. Mr. Markham is the author of a poem on Lincoln and Other Poems, 1901, which deserves the wide recognition it has received. But in no other of his quite numerous compositions has he equaled the success of his first great poem. He has for some years been engaged in editorial work in New York. Henry Cuyler Bunner, 1855 to 1896, formerly editor of the humorous journal Puck, was a writer of verse in which humor and sentiment were often delicately blended. His Airs from Arcady and Elsewhere appeared in 1884. Another writer whose field has been in the poetry of sentiment, and whose popularity seems to be well established, is Ella Wheeler Wilcox, born in Wisconsin, 1855. Poems of Passion, 1883, first drew attention to her work. She is actively engaged in journalism. Samuel Minturn Peck, born in Alabama, 1854, and Frank Lebby Stanton, born in South Carolina, 1857, are two popular poets of the South. Mr. Peck's first volume, Cap and Bells, appeared in 1886. Mr. Stanton, who is on the editorial staff of the Atlanta Constitution, published Songs of the Soil in 1894. Comes One with a Song, 1898, and Songs from Dixieland, 1900, have followed. The poetical work of Frank Dempster Sherman, born in Peekskill, New York, 1860, is represented by Madrigals and Catches, 1887, Lyrics for a Lute, 1890, Lyrics of Joy, 1904. A Southern Flight, 1906, was published in association with Clinton Scollard, born in Clinton, New York, 1860, one of the most prolific of our minor poets. Mr. Scollard's earliest publication was Pictures in Song, 1884, with Reed and Lyre followed in 1886, and at least a dozen volumes of his verse have appeared since. From 1888 to 1896 Mr. Scollard was professor of English literature in Hamilton College. Mr. Sherman is a member of the faculty of Columbia University. Bliss Carman, born in Fredericton, New Brunswick, 1861, has been engaged since 1890 in editorial work in the United States. He has attained a substantial position among the younger generation of American nature poets. His first collection, Low Tide on Grand Pré, appeared in 1893. A Sea Mark, 1895, and Ballads of Lost Haven, 1897, were followed by Songs from Vagabondia, 1894, written in collaboration with Richard Hovey. More Songs from Vagabondia appeared in 1896, and Last Songs from Vagabondia in 1900. A collected edition of Bliss Carman's poems, 2 volumes, was published in 1905. Richard Hovey, 1864 to 1900, a poet of large promise, was born in Illinois. He too was a journalist at the time of his collaboration with Carman in the 3 volumes mentioned. Besides the poems which celebrate the joys of the open road, Songs from Vagabondia and Along the Trail, 1898, he composed a series of poetical dramas, Launcelot and Guinevere, 1891 to 1898, and Taliesin, a Masque, 1899. William Vaughn Moody, 1869 to 1910, was a native of Indiana, a graduate of Harvard, and a professor of English in the University of Chicago, 1895 to 1907. He published in the Atlantic Monthly for May, 1900, a very noteworthy poem, an ode written in time of hesitation, which dealt with the popular feeling aroused by the outbreak of the Spanish-American War. His first collection of poems appeared in 1901, but a lyrical drama, The Mask of Judgment, had been published in 1900. The Firebringer, 1904, followed as the second drama in a trilogy left uncompleted. Later, Mr. Moody turned to the prose drama, producing 2 plays, The Great Divide, 1907, and The Faith Healer, 1909. Percy Wallace Mackay, born in New York, 1875, has won distinction in the dramatic field with 2 poetical plays, Jeanne d'Arc, 1906, and Sappho and Phaon, 1907, both of which have been produced with success. The Canterbury Pilgrims, 1903, and Fenris the Wolf, 1905, are earlier works, the former, in 1909, being presented before various university audiences in the open air. Josephine Preston Peabody, born in New York, 1874, was for a time instructor in English literature in Wellesley College, 1901 to 1903. The Wayfarers, a book of verse, appeared in 1898. Besides two other volumes of occasional poems, she has published a poetical drama of remarkable strength and beauty, Marlowe (1901). Pan, a choric idyll for music, appeared in 1904. The Piper (1909), a poetical drama, received the Stratford on Avon Prize and was produced in England and America. Since 1906, when Miss Peabody became Mrs. L. S. Marks, her home has been in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Paul Laurence Dunbar (1872 to 1906), the only representative of the African race to attain rank as an American poet, was a native of Ohio. His verse is often marked by real lyric excellence, his songs in Negro dialect attracting wide attention. William Dean Howells, George Edward Woodberry, and Henry Van Dyke, although classified as prose writers, have all written occasional verse which merits more than passing recognition. And there are scores of minor poets whose names might not unworthily find a place in a list more complete than this. End of Part 2 of Chapter 7. Part 3 of Chapter 7 of A Student's History of American Literature by William Simons. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Reading by Matt Perard. Part 3. Contemporary Fiction. To take adequate account of our contemporary American fiction would require far more space than is available in this book. Nor has the time yet come to attempt an estimate of literary values in this interesting field. Hardly more than a list of the most prominent among our present day novelists can be included, with a partial classification of their work. Although it is in fiction that American writers are now most prolific and most successful, it is doubtful if many of these works will find a place in the literature which endures, or if any of these popular novelists will be long remembered. Two schools of fiction are represented, the realistic and the romantic. It is not always easy to discriminate, however, and there are writers who have used the methods of both schools. William Dean Howells, a consistent and uncompromising representative of the claims of realism, is recognized as easily the foremost American novelist in this generation. His father was a country editor, and it was in a printing office in his native state of Ohio that Mr. Howells received his literary training. The publication, with John J. Piatt, of Poems of Two Friends, 1860, marked the beginning of his career. A campaign, Life of Lincoln, in the same year, secured his appointment to counsel to Venice, a position which he held for 4 years. Venetian Life, 1866, and Italian Journeys, 1867, were the fruit of foreign residence. In 1866 Mr. Howells was made assistant editor, under James T. Fields, of the Atlantic Monthly, and from 1871 to 1881 he was the editor of the magazine. A vivacious novel, Their Wedding Journey, 1871, added to the reputation already gained by the two Italian books, and this was increased by the stories which followed. A Chance Acquaintance, 1873, and A Foregone Conclusion, 1874. Mr. Howells is the author of more than 30 volumes, mainly works of fiction. Of these, A Modern Instance, 1882, The Rise of Silas Lapham, 1885, and A Hazard of New Fortunes (1889) have probably aroused widest interest. Mr. Howells's literary workmanship is deserving of the highest praise. He is minutely conscientious in his studies of character and incident, insisting upon careful observation and an honest report. His theory of literary art is set forth in an interesting essay, Criticism and Fiction (1891). Since 1881, the novelist has been associated editorially with various periodicals, including Harper's Magazine. While fiction predominates in his published writings, he has written a number of humorous parlor plays, several volumes of essays upon literary themes, and not a small amount of very charming verse. Henry James is a native of New York, and is properly denominated an American writer, although since 1869 he has made his home in England. His novels are usually associated with those of Mr. Howells as exemplifying the best work of the American realists. In Mr. James' narratives we find the extreme application of realistic theory along with an analysis of character and motive wonderfully minute. His novels and short stories are psychological studies, for the most part, and have a comparatively small audience among American readers. As the novelist was at one time fond of presenting studies of his countrymen, as they sometimes appear in Europe, in the environment of a superior culture, his work has often aroused protest rather than favor here. Such was the reception given to Daisy Miller (1878). Others of the novels which are eminently characteristic of this author are An International Episode (1879), The Bostonians (1886), The Princess Casamassima (1886), The Tragic Muse (1890), and What Maisie Knew (1897). It is in the craftsmanship and structure of his narratives that Mr. James commands most general admiration. This artistic skill, along with his keen wit and general brilliance of style, may be most advantageously studied in some of the short stories, which constitute a large portion of his fiction, as, for example, in Terminations (1896) or The Private Life and Other Stories (1893). Naturally, the realistic novelists have, in the selection of material, frequently turned to the study of characters and manners with which their environment has made them well acquainted. There has therefore developed a large group of story writers who deal with local types. Following the footsteps of Harriet Beecher Stowe in the delineation of the quiet New England life, Sarah Orne Jewett (1849 1909) published the placid but impressive little story Deephaven in 1877. Miss Jewett's work in this field has been sympathetic as well as accurate, and her novels have appealed strongly to the affections of many readers. Of these, A Country Doctor (1884), A Marsh Island (1885), and The Country of the Pointed Firs (1896) may be mentioned. Elizabeth Stuart Phelps Ward, born at Boston, 1844, became widely known by the publication of two mystical novels, The Gates Ajar (1868) and Men, Women, and Ghosts (1869). The daughter of a noted theologian and reared in the serious atmosphere of Andover, Mrs. Ward has given a distinctly religious coloring to her numerous works, of which The Story of Avis (1877), Beyond the Gates (1883), The Madonna of the Tubs (1886), Jack the Fisherman (1887), The Gates Between (1887), A Singular Life (1894), and The Supply at St. Agatha's (1896) are important examples. Margaret Wade Deland, born in Pennsylvania, 1857, whose residence since 1880 has been at Boston, also touched the field of religious experience in her first novel, John Ward, Preacher, published in 1888, Philip and His Wife, 1894, Sydney, 1890, The Common Way, 1904, and The Awakening of Helena Richie, 1906, are the most notable of her later works. Perhaps the most distinguished success in realistic fiction is found in the work of Mary E. Wilkins Freeman, born in Massachusetts, 1862. Mrs. Freeman has portrayed with great skill and intense feeling the more subdued yet rugged phases of New England life and character. Her short stories are of exceptional strength, and exhibit the technical methods of realism in perfection. A Humble Romance, 1887. A New England Nun, 1891. Jane Field, 1892. Pembroke, 1894, and Jerome, 1897, may be cited as examples. Alice Brown, born in New Hampshire, 1857, has been especially successful in her short stories, such as are gathered under the titles Meadowgrass, 1895, Tiverton Tales, 1899, and The County Road, 1906. Closely akin in local color to the work of Mrs. Freeman, these tales admit a little more of the brightness and warmth of the New England sunshine as it creeps along the shadows of humble circumstances. A later novel, The Story of Thyrza, 1908, is a work of genuine creative power. There are other well known writers of fiction who belong to New England, at least by birth, whose work does not permit of such definite classification as that of the group just considered. It is not concerned with the local type. Here belongs the name of Jane G. Austen (1831 1894), whose historical novels, Standish of Standish (1889), Betty Alden (1891), etc., deal with old colony times. Harriet Prescott Spofford, born in Maine, 1835, is the author of numerous romantic tales, beginning with Sir Rohan's Ghost, 1859. Her most recent novels include Priscilla's Love Story, 1898, The Maid He Married, 1899, and The Great Procession, 1902. Ellen Olney Kirk, born in Connecticut, 1842, published her first novel, Love and Idleness, in 1877. She has written a score of popular stories, including Through Winding Ways, 1880, The Story of Margaret Kent, 1886, Sons and Daughters, 1887, The Apology of Aleph, 1904, and Marcia, 1907. Blanche Willis Howard, 1847 1898, a native of Maine, became the wife of Dr. von Tuffel of Stuttgart in Württemberg in 1890. She died at Munich. Her first story, One Summer, a Delicate Idyll, appeared in 1875. Gwen, a Breton Romance, in 1882. Clara Louise Burnham, born in Massachusetts, 1854, is the daughter of Dr. George F. Root, the composer. She has been the author of numerous works of fiction, beginning with No Gentleman in 1881. Among her later novels, which deal largely with the teachings of Christian Science, the most successful are The Wise Woman, 1895, The Right Princess, 1902, and Jewel, 1903. Arthur Sherburne Hardy, born in Massachusetts, 1847, a graduate of West Point and at one time professor of mathematics in Dartmouth College, has written several novels of unusual charm and strength. These are But Yet a Woman, 1883, The Wind of Destiny, 1886, Passe Rose, 1889, and His Daughter First, 1903. Mr. Hardy was editor of the Cosmopolitan magazine, 1893 1895, and has served as diplomatic representative of the United States in the Orient, in Switzerland, and in Spain. Edward Bellamy, 1850 to 1898, is best known by two popular studies in political economy presented through the medium of romance, Looking Backward (1888) and Equality (1897). Robert Grant, born at Boston, 1852, a jurist, is well known as a writer of stimulating essays and an author of several successful novels. He has found American society a fruitful field for his realistic studies, of which the most prominent are An Average Man (1883), The Carletons (1891), Unleavened Bread (1900), The Undercurrent (1904), and The Chippendales (1909). Frederick J. Stimson, born in Massachusetts, 1855, like Judge Grant, a representative of the legal profession, wrote his earlier novels under the pen name J. S. of Dale. Grundale (1882), King Noinette (1896), and In Cure of Her Soul (1906) are representative works. Edward Everett Hale (1822 to 1909), an indefatigable gleaner in many fields, won merited fame with his story, now classic, The Man Without a Country, which appeared in the Atlantic Monthly in 1863. A long series of tales and narratives, mostly with a purpose, includes the novel Philip Nolan's Friends (1876) and the religious romance In His Name (1873). John Townsend Trowbridge, born in New York, 1827, has been, since 1848, a resident of Boston or its suburbs. He, too, is a representative of the earlier generation, whose works were popular with old and young. His best known novels are Neighbor Jackwood (1857) and Cudjo's Cave (1863). The narrative of Jack Hazard and His Fortunes (1871) began as a series of entertaining stories for boys, which long maintained their place in the affections of the New England youth. Indeed, juvenile fiction flourished early in New England. The famous Rollo and Lucy of Jacob Abbott (1803 to 1879), which began to appear about 1840, are now recalled as quaint examples of the old-fashioned children's books in which instruction was generously mixed with entertainment. The Jack Hazard books were of a different type and were the delight of the younger generation that followed. So were the Elmiland stories, written by Rev. Elijah Kellogg (1813 to 1901), like Jacob Abbott, a native of Maine. Mrs. Adeline D.T. Whitney (1824 to 1906), author of Faith Gartney's Girlhood (1863), Leslie Goldthwait and We Girls (1870), and Louisa M. Alcott (1832 to 1888) were the most popular writers for girls. Silas Weir Mitchell, born at Philadelphia, 1830, a distinguished physician, after several essays in fiction, became famous as a novelist with the publication of Hugh Wynne in 1897. This was the beginning in the recent revival of interest in the historical novel dealing with the American Revolution. It has its sequel in The Red City (1908). Francis R. Stockton (1884 to 1902), a native of Philadelphia, best known, perhaps, as the author of The Lady or the Tiger (1884), is unique among American story writers for the whimsical mingling of the serious and the humorous in fiction. His first notable work was Rudder Grange (1879), which one hardly knows whether to classify as a novel or as a romance. But its very original vein of humor is delicious and runs through all of Stockton's succeeding work. Mrs. Amelia Edith Barr, born in England 1831, since 1869 a resident of New York State, has been the prolific author of more than 30 works of fiction, including Jan Vedder's Wife (1885), The Black Shilling, The Bow of Orange Ribbon (1886), etc. Hjalmar George Boyesen (1848 to 1895, is another successful American novelist, not American born. He was a native of Norway. After coming to this country he filled professorships at Cornell and Columbia. Gunnar, a Norse Romance, his first novel, appeared in 1874. Edgar Fawcett (1847 1904), also a writer of verse, wrote novels depicting some phases of society in New York. Among these are An Ambitious Woman (1883), Social Silhouettes (1885), The House at High Bridge (1886). Brander Matthews, born at New Orleans, 1852, since 1892 a professor at Columbia, a well known essayist and critic, has written realistic studies, both novels and short stories, of New York life. Such are included in the volumes Vignettes of Manhattan (1894), His Father's Son (1895), and A Confident Tomorrow (1899). Harold Frederic (1856 1898), a New York journalist and foreign correspondent at the time of his death, is best remembered by his strong, purposeful novel, The Damnation of Theron Ware (1896). Frances Marion Crawford (1854 1909), most cosmopolitan of American writers, both in residence and in the material utilized in his novels, was also one of the most productive of recent novelists. He was the son of the sculptor, Thomas C. Crawford, and was born in Italy. His education was attained at St. Paul's School in Concord, New Hampshire, at Trinity College, Cambridge, at Heidelberg, and Rome. During 1879 and 1880 he engaged in editorial work in India. Although his residence was for the rest of his life in Italy, he remained strongly patriotic in his sentiment toward the United States, regarding it as his country and asserting himself always an American. His first novel, Mr. Isaacs, appeared in 1882, and was followed by Dr. Claudius (1883), A Roman Singer (1884), Zoroaster (1885), and A Tale of a Lonely Parish (1886). The variety of sources from which Mr. Crawford drew his material is strikingly suggested in the titles of his representative novels, of which the following may be mentioned: Paul Patoff (1887), Saracinesca (1884), Greifenstein (1889), Caled (1891), Pietro Ghisleri (1893), Catherine Lauderdale (1894), In the Palace of the King (1900), A Lady of Rome (1906), Arethusa (1907). He was the author of more than 40 books, including important studies of Italian history and several plays. Of his novels it is conceded that those depicting Italian life and character are the most valuable, and of these, 3, consisting of the Saracinesca series, are the best. Mr. Crawford died at his villa in Sorrento at the age of 55. Kate Douglas Wiggin, now Mrs. Riggs, born at Philadelphia, 1857, published her first notable story, The Bird's Christmas Carol, in 1888, and The Story of Patsy, in 1889. Of her subsequent stories, Rebecca, 1903, has perhaps had the largest success. The well known character Penelope first appeared in Penelope's English Experiences, 1893. Of the present day novelists in the Eastern group, Mrs. Edith Wharton, born at New York, 1862, holds a place of distinction based largely upon her intensely realistic novels, The House of Mirth, 1905, and The Fruit of the Tree, 1907. Owen Wister, born at Philadelphia, 1860, is known as the author of The Virginian, 1902. Richard Harding Davis, born at Philadelphia, 1864, a journalist by profession and famed as a war correspondent, is one of the most popular short story writers of the day. The creator of Gallagher and Ben Bibber, and author of several popular romances, among which are The King's Jackal, 1898, Soldiers of Fortune, 1899, and The White Mice, 1909. Robert W. Chambers, born at Brooklyn, 1865, is another popular writer of romantic tales, of which Lorraine, 1896, and The Fighting Chance, 1906, are examples. Here also should be included two representatives of this younger set, whose work had aroused wide interest when interrupted by their death: Paul Leicester Ford (1865 1902), author of The Hon. Peter Sterling, and Janice Meredith (1899), and Stephen Crane (1871 1900), a young New York journalist who wrote a remarkable realistic study of battle, The Red Badge of Courage (1896). The Southern States are well represented in the fiction which depicts local types of character, and have, besides, produced novelists of note whose work is more general in its scope. Similar to the work of some of the New England realists is that of Richard Malcolm Johnston (1822 1898), whose novels and tales portray the picturesque manners prevailing in portions of his native state. Old Mark Langston (1883), The Primes and Their Neighbors (1891), Pierce Emerson's Will, and Old Times in Middle Georgia (1897) are examples. Joel Chandler Harris (1848 1908), for 25 years editor of the Atlanta Constitution, has worked in the same field. Balaam and His Master (1891), On the Plantation (1892), Stories of Georgia, The Story of Aaron, Tales of the Home Folks are the titles of other well-known volumes. But it is as Uncle Remus, teller of tales concerning Brer Rabbit and Brer Fox that this author is most widely known. Uncle Remus, His Songs and His Sayings was published in 1880. Told by Uncle Remus appeared in 1905, and almost the last publication of this writer was a volume entitled Uncle Remus and Brer Rabbit (1907). Thomas Nelson Page, born in Virginia, 1853, has written stories which have their scene in the Old Dominion. Among them are In Old Virginia (1887), Two Little Confederates (1888), M'Lady, Marse Chan. A later novel, Red Rock, appeared in 1898. James Lane Allen, born in Kentucky, 1849, is less of a realist than an idealist. The idyllic quality appears predominant in A Kentucky Cardinal (1894) and its sequel, Aftermath (1896), The Chair Invisible (1897) and The Reign of Law (1900) are historical romances depicting early life in the state. Mr. Allen's style is distinguished by unusual literary charm. More distinctive studies of local types are found in the realistic novels of John Fox, Jr., born in Kentucky, 1862, A Mountain Europa, 1894, Hell for Sartain, 1896, and The Kentuckians, 1897, introduced Mr. Fox to readers of fiction. More recently have appeared The Little Shepherd of Kingdom Come, 1903, and The Trail of the Lonesome Pine, 1908. Mary Noailles Murphy, born in Tennessee, 1850, for some years successfully concealed her identity under the pen name Charles Egbert Craddock. In the Tennessee Mountains, 1884, The Prophet of the Great Smoky Mountain, 1885, and In the Clouds, 1886, began a series of strong and interesting tales of the mountain whites, a class which Miss Murphy has continued to depict in her later works. The touch of the Romanticist is evident in the work of George Washington Cable, born at New Orleans, 1844. Although Mr. Cable has been a resident of Massachusetts for many years, his stories belong to the Southland. Old Creole Days, 1879, The Grandissimes, 1880, Madame Delphine, 1881, Dr. Sevier (1885) and Bonaventure (1888) are representative works. Ruth McHenry Stewart, born in Louisiana, 1856, has depicted with keen sense of humor some phases of Southern life, both white and black. A Golden Wedding and Other Tales appeared in 1893. Carlotta's Intended and The Story of Babette, 1894, were followed by Sunny, 1896, a unique and fascinating character study. The reconstructed Negro appears in the later creations of Napoleon Jackson, 1902, and George Washington Jones, 1908. The River's Children, 1904, is a genuine idyll of the Mississippi. Grace Elizabeth King, born at New Orleans, 1852, has written of the Creoles in Monsieur Mott, 1888, Tales of Time and Place, 1892, and Balcony Stories, 1893. Frances Hodgson Burnett, born at Manchester, England, 1849, removed to the United States in 1865, residing for 10 years in Tennessee, and then for a period in Washington, D.C. Mrs. Burnett's first novels, That Lass o' Lowrie's, 1877, and Haworth's, 1879, portray life among the working people of Lancashire. Her Through One Administration, 1883, deals with official society life in Washington. Little Lord Fauntleroy, 1886, was an exceedingly popular juvenile, which was followed by others almost as successful. Mrs. Burnett has lived of late years in England. A Lady of Quality appeared in 1896. The Shuttle in 1907. Amalie Reeves, Princess Trubetskoy, born at Richmond, Virginia, 1863, owes her literary reputation largely to her first novel, The Quick or the Dead, published in 1888. A Brother to Dragons appeared the same year. Perhaps the best known of our writers from the South is Francis Hopkinson Smith, born at Baltimore, 1838, a versatile master of several arts, including the substantial one of building lighthouses. His first success in fiction was the fine character sketch, Colonel Carter of Cartersville, 1891. Tom Grogan, 1896, Caleb West, 1898, and The Tides of Barnegat, 1906, are all realistic studies of the people whom the author may have known when living the practical business life of a building contractor and mechanical engineer. The Fortunes of Oliver Horn, 1902, is said to be reminiscent of that period in Mr. Smith's life when he was an art student in New York. His recent stories, The Romance of an Old-Fashioned Gentleman, 1907, and Peter, 1908, indicate a return to the more sentimental manner of his earliest successes. Albion W. Tourgie, 1838 to 1905, a native of Ohio and an officer in the Union Army throughout the Civil War, lived in North Carolina from 1865 to 1881, and during this period wrote 3 or 4 novels dealing with political conditions in the South. Of these, A Fool's Errand, 1879, and Bricks Without Straw, 1880, aroused widespread interest. Tourgie afterwards served as United States Consul at Bordeaux and at Halifax, and was the author of numerous stories and novels. Among the younger writers who are natives of the South, 3 have a special distinction as successful novelists in the broader field of fiction. Mary Johnston, born in Virginia, 1870, has written 3 historical romances dealing with old colony times in Virginia: Prisoners of Hope, 1898, To Have and to Hold, 1900, and Sir Mortimer, 1904. In Lewis Rand, 1908, Miss Johnston presents a picturesque study of political life at the opening of the 19th century. The Goddess of Reason, 1907, is a notable drama on the theme of the French Revolution. Winston Churchill, born at St. Louis, 1871, has taken a conspicuous place among writers of historical romance with his impressive series dealing with great epochs in American history. Richard Carvel, 1899, The Crisis, 1901, and The Crossing, 1904. To these novels must be added his first story, The Celebrity, 1898, and his later work, Coniston, 1906. Ellen A. G. Glasgow, born at Richmond, Virginia, 1874, is the author of three realistic novels of unusual power: The Descendant, 1897, The Deliverance, 1904, and The Wheel of Life, 1906. The promise of the West as a field for the writer of fiction came with the publication of The Hoosier Schoolmaster, 1871. This book was a realistic study of character in southern Indiana of the early '50's. Its author, Edward Eggleston (1837 1902), was born in the pioneer days of the State at the little town of Vevay on the Ohio River. He entered the ministry of the Methodist Church, and became what was then known as a circuit rider, ministering to a parish which required a 4 weeks' itinerary involving both hardship and peril. In 6 months his health broke down, and he removed to Minnesota. In 1886 he engaged in editorial work at Chicago, and in 1874 became pastor of a church in Brooklyn, New York, to which he gave the name of the Church of Christian Endeavor. The Hoosier Schoolmaster met with wide popularity and was translated into several languages. It was followed by The Mystery of Metropolisville, 1873, with its setting in Minnesota, and The Circuit Rider, 1874, the scene of which is laid in Ohio. Rosie, 1878, and The Graysons, 1887, are again portrayals of Hoosier types. The State of Indiana has made a remarkable record in the literary history of the Middle West. Lew Wallace (1827 1905), the author of Ben Hur, was a native of the State and made his home at Crawfordsville, the Hoosier Athens. He served in the Mexican War and later in the Civil War, receiving the rank of Major General for gallantry in the field. His first romance, The Fair God (1873), was an Aztec story, the inspiration of which came from the reading of Prescott's Histories. Ben Hur, A Tale of the Christ (1880), was the result of a conscientious study of the foundations of the Christian faith. The author's treatment of his difficult subject is scholarly and reverent. The popularity of the work has fairly rivaled that of Uncle Tom's Cabin. General Wallace was appointed Governor of New Mexico in 1878, and it was while living at Santa Fe that he wrote the larger part of the romance. A later story, The Prince of India (1893), was an outcome of Wallace's residence at Constantinople as minister to Turkey. Maurice Thompson (1844 1901), also a resident of Crawfordsville, has been mentioned already as a writer of verse. He was a novelist as well, the author of several popular stories, of which A Tallahassee Girl (1882) and Alice of Old Vincennes (1900) are noteworthy. Among more recent writers who have added to the literary reputation of the Hoosier State are Newton Booth Tarkington, born 1869, author of The Gentleman from Indiana, Monsieur Beaucaire (1900), The Two Van Revels (1902), Cherry (1903), The Conquest of Canaan (1905), etc. Charles Major (1856 1913), whose very popular romance, When Knighthood Was in Flower, appeared in 1898. Meredith Nicholson, born 1866, author of several romantic narratives, of which The House of a Thousand Candles (1905) and The Port of Missing Men (1907) are prominent, and George Barr McCutcheon, born 1866, whose Graustark (1900), Craney Crow (1902), and Beverly of Graustark (1904) are best known. Here also should be included the name of the versatile humorist, George Ade, born 1866, whose first literary successes, Arty, Pink Marsh, Doc Horn, etc., were produced while Mr. Ade was writing on the staff of a Chicago newspaper (1890 1900). Captain Charles King, born at Albany, New York, 1844, now living at Milwaukee, a retired army officer, is the author of a long list of tales, the material of which is mainly drawn from military life. These include The Colonel's Daughter, 1883, The Deserter, 1887, Captain Blake, 1892, The General's Double, 1897, and many more. Constance Fenimore Woolson, 1848 1894, a descendant of James Fenimore Cooper, was born in New Hampshire, but her home in later life was at Cleveland, Ohio. Her summers were usually spent on the shores of Lake Superior or at Mackinac. She resided also in Florida. Her principal novels are Castle Nowhere, 1875, Anne, 1882, East Angels, 1886, and Jupiter Lights, 1889. Mary Hallock Foote, born in New York, 1847, lived for some years in Colorado, California, and Idaho, accompanying her husband, a civil engineer. Her most successful novels deal realistically with the life of the mining camp and the hills. These are The Lead Horse Claim, 1883, John Baldwin's Testimony, 1886, and Coeur d'Alene, 1894. Mary Hartwell Catherwood, 1847 1902, a native of Ohio, later a resident of Illinois, was the author of several interesting historical novels for the most part concerned with historic epochs in the region of the St. Lawrence and the Great Lakes, and in the valleys of the Mississippi and the Illinois. It was The Romance of Dollard, 1889, which began the series of her works, a series which owed its inception to the fascinating narratives of Francis Parkman. Old Kaskaskia, 1893, and The White Islander, 1893, The Lady of Fort St. John, 1892, and The Little Renault, 1897, are vigorous narratives of romantic adventure. Mrs. Catherwood's last work, Lazare, 1901, is based on the tradition which identifies the Dauphin of France, who disappeared mysteriously from Paris at the outbreak of the Revolution, with a lad in America who went by the name of Eleazar Williams and was reputed of royal birth. Alice French, Octave Thanet, born in Massachusetts, 1850, is a resident of Davenport, Iowa. A part of the year she makes her home in a quiet spot in Arkansas. Both places serve as setting in some of her stories. Miss French is a realist. The relations between labor and capital have proved interesting and effective material in her hands. Among her works are Knitters in the Sun, 1887, Expiation, 1890, Otto the Knight, 1893, Stories of a Western Town, 1893, The Heart of Toil, 1898, and The Man of the Hour, 1905. Henry Blake Fuller, born at Chicago, 1857, has ably represented the Western metropolis in modern fiction, beginning his literary career with two fantastic romances, The Chevalier of Pensierini, 1891, and The Chatelaine of La Trinité. Mr. Fuller, 1892, next appeared as a realistic novelist of keen vision and serious purpose. He portrayed some phases of Chicago society in The Cliff Dwellers, 1893, and With the Procession, 1895. Mr. Fuller's latest work, The Last Refuge, 1901, is in line with his earlier volumes, romantic, whimsical, and strongly symbolistic. Hamlin Garland, born in Wisconsin, 1860, for a time resident in the East, but now identified with Chicago, is a realist in principle, although some of his more recent work is softened by touches of romanticism. Mr. Garland's first publication, Main Traveled Roads, 1890, was a volume of short stories realistic and somewhat cynical in tone. Jason Edwards, 1891, A Little Norsk, 1891, A Spoil of Office, 1892, A Member of the Third House, 1892, and Rose of Dutchers Cooley, 1895, followed in similar vein. The Eagle's Heart, 1900, Her Mountain Lover, 1901, The Captain of the Grey Horse Troop, 1902, and Hesper, 1903, are all stories of the rugged, unconventional life of mountain, mine, and camp, in which romance blends with realism. Will Payne, born in Illinois, 1865, since 1890 a Chicago journalist and for several years editor of The Economist, is the author of numerous short stories and of several novels. Jerry the Dreamer was published in 1896, The Story of Eva in 1901. Two of Mr. Payne's realistic novels, The Money Captain, 1898, and Mr. Salt, 1903, are distinctively studies of commercial life, and admirable essays in this field. Robert Herrick, born at Cambridge, Massachusetts, 1868, a Harvard man, and since 1893 a member of the faculty in the University of Chicago, holds a leading place among Western realists. Like Mr. Fuller, he has been impressed by certain phases of American social life, and has written somewhat somber but carefully studied narratives which have their setting in the great city of the Middle West. These include The Gospel of Freedom, 1898, The Web of Life, 1900, The Common Lot, 1904, and Together, 1908. One of the youngest and one of the most promising in this group of Western realists was Frank Norris (1870 1902). Mr. Norris was born at Chicago, but part of his life was spent on the Pacific Coast and another portion of it in New York. He was a journalist and served as war correspondent in South Africa and Cuba. At the time of his death he was a resident in California. Mr. Norris's claim to distinction is found in a projected series of 3 novels planned to embody his great idea, what he called the Epic of the Wheat. The Octopus is the first of the series and deals with the planting and harvesting of the crop. Its scene is laid in Southern California. The Pit, 1903, pictures the selling of the wheat and dramatically portrays the life which centers in the Chicago Board of Trade. The last book of the trilogy was to have dealt with the distribution of the wheat in Europe, and would have been entitled The Wolf, as symbolizing the experiences of famine in Russia. Although uncompleted, the large conception of this young enthusiast is worthy of more than passing note, while his actual achievement is in itself remarkable. End of Part 3 of Chapter 7. End of Chapter 7, and end of A Student's History of American Literature by William Simons.